Okay, sorry for the false start. We should be good now. One day I'll figure out how all of the OBS and all this stuff works. I think everything's working now. Yeah, everything's working now. Okay, good. Alright. So, as I was saying earlier before, I had to kill the stream and then redo it because it was like lagging and not doing what it was supposed to be doing. We are going to be doing some practice questions. We're going to do a practice test, and then we're going to end with labs. Tomorrow is my exam, so we're going to kind of look at a few things, some concepts that maybe I really struggle with, and hopefully it's going to help you as well. And let's see if I can get the chat to reload too. I hope so. There we go. All right. So let's go ahead. We're going to review. We're not going to review every single section. But we are going to review cloud concepts, comparing and contrasting technologies, applications, and functions. Probably going to review the first 3. Yeah. All right, let's go. Let's get to it. Start it. Why is this not playing music now? It's still... Okay. Come on, dude. I want the jams. Still nothing. But you'll play that. Oh, because it's muted. There we go. Okay. Review model. All right. Let's refresh. Sometimes it takes a little bit for it to get primed. Okay, what is the role of the access control list at layer 3 network layer in the OSI model? To define the maximum size of the packets transmitted across the network, to serve as a list of permissions for files access on the network, to act as a routing protocol for determining the best path of the data packets, to filter network traffic and permit or block packets based on the IP addressing criteria. It is to filter the network traffic to permit. Let's see. Yes. Let's see what Google tells us. We'll go into AI mode. Okay.
An access control list, ACL, is a fundamental security mechanism used to control access to resources within a computer system or network. It acts like a digital gatekeeper, specifying which users or processes are granted or denied access. What is the role of an access control list, ACL, at layer 3 network layer of the OSI models to a particular...
Whoa, it just randomly started talking the other one. Okay.
Resource, and what operation... An access control list, ACL, is a fundamental security mechanism used to control access to resources within a computer system or network. It acts like a digital gatekeeper, specifying which users or processes are granted or denied access to a particular resource, and what operations they can perform. Here's a breakdown of ACLs, how ACLs work. At its core, an ACL is a list of permissions associated with an object like a file, directory, or network device. When a user or process attempts to interact with that object, The system checks the ACL to determine if the access request should be granted or denied based on predefined rules. Types of ACLs. File system ACLs manage permissions for files and directories on operating systems. They define who can read, write, or execute files. Network ACLs control network traffic flow on devices like routers and switches. They filter packets based on criteria like IP addresses, protocols, and port numbers.
Okay. Let's see what ACLs versus other control methods are, so we don't get them confused. Okay, well, are we gonna do it or not? Okay, I suppose not. ACLs versus other access control models. ACLs are fundamentally access control mechanisms, but they are often used in conjunction with complementary by other models. Man, I do not want to read this. It is too early. Please do the thing.
Role-based access control, RBAC. RBAC assigns permissions based on user roles, for example, administrator, editor, rather than individual users, simplifying management in larger organizations. ACLs can be used to fine-tune permissions within RBAC roles. Attribute-based. Access control, ABAC. ABAC uses attributes like time of day, location, device type to make access decisions, providing even more granular control than RBAC. In conclusion, access control lists are a cornerstone of effective security frameworks, enabling precise management of permissions and playing a critical role in protecting sensitive information and maintaining a secure digital environment.
Okay, so it's a layer 3 device. Well, it's not a device, it's just a role. I think it's a protocol. So how it works, we have the internet. ACL allows emails, denies telnet. ACL denies videos of switch 1, denies access to switch 2 from switch 1. So it basically allows things or does not allow things through its IP address. Next question. I think it's working now.
Which of the following protocols reside at the application layer of the Open Systems Interconnection OSI model? Select 2.
The application layer is going to be HTTP. Man, I always forget what SMTP is. And anytime I see an M, I always think it's mail, but I don't think that's mail. What is SMTP? I always forget. Oh, God, it was mail, damn it. Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. So that is the actual mail. So then what is SNM? Simple Network Management Protocol. So we have Simple Network Management Protocol, and we have Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. Okay, let's look at a picture. Good old diagram here. We have U, SMTP, STP server, the internet, SMTP, POP mail server, POP IMAP user. Okay, that makes sense. Sender. Okay. Now, the reason it's not TCP is TCP is a transport layer thing. Yes, transport layer. IP is a layer 3, and transport layer would be layer 4. Just to remind ourselves, the OSI model. All right, let's look here. We have the physical layer, which is raw bits over physical medium. We have the data link layer, which defines the formats of the data on the network. We have the network layer, which defines the physical path that we're going to take, so like IP addresses. We have the transport layer, that's TCP, UDP. We have the session layer. This is maintaining the connection, the control. It starts, it's in the it maintains, and then it ends. We have the presentation layer. This ensures that data is usable format for where data is going to be encrypted. If I remember correctly, that's where, like, make sure that it's a JPEG, things like that. We might need to look up an actual example of that. And the application layer is the human-computer interaction layer where the application can access the network services, HTTP, HTTPS, things like that. I think it's just going to say the same thing. Here we go. So physical is physical structures, coax cables, fibers, wires. Data link is the frames, the Ethernet, PPP, switch, the bridge. Network is going to be packets, IP addresses, ICMP, IPsec, IGMP. So like the route it's taking, that's what this is. That's the route it's taking. Okay, this is security. Transport, end-to-end connection, so host to host. TCP, UDP, these are the way that it's going to transfer. Okay, sessions, it's going to be send to port, so it's going to be sync and then send to report. APIs, sockets, so secure sockets. It's also going to be it's known as the start of the session, maintaining the session, and then ending the session. Presentation is going to be the syntax layer. SSL, no, sorry, SSL is the secure locket. That's going to be in 6, not 5. SSH, IMAP, file transfer protocol, trivial file transfer protocol, JPEG, things like that. And then we have application layer, which is HTTP, file transfer protocol as well. I wonder if trivial file transfer protocol is 7 or 6. SSH and then DNS. So we got some things that share in between it.
A network administrator is looking at an ARP table on a switch for connected devices. Which open systems interconnection OSI layer are they looking at?
So since they're looking at an ARP table, that means they're on a switch. Since they're on a switch, that means they are a layer 2 device. Yes. Not physical one, not network. That would be IP. That would be like routing. And then session would be like host to host. Man, I keep missing it.
Which open systems interconnection OSI layer assumes responsibility for managing network connections between applications?
So which of the OSI layers assumes responsible for mapping connections? I'm gonna say the network layer because it says mapping connections. Makes me think routes. We'll circle back. Mapping connections. There's no way it was the session layer, right? Must have been.
An engineer troubleshoots a network connectivity issue that the server team reported. The engineer notices that the trunk port is down between 2 routers. After checking the fiber link on the router, the engineer moves the cable and notices that the link light comes on. The issue is most likely a part of what layer of the OSI model?
If he jingled the layer, if he jiggled the wire, then it's going to be a physical layer.
Which of the following functions are performed by the OSI transport layer? Select 3.
Transport is going to be end-to-end flow, reliable message delivery, constant data fragmentation between dissimilar systems. I'm going to say data segmentation and reassembly. Yeah. This one didn't really make sense, but this one makes sense because it's trying to connect it all together, host to host.
Character encoding, data compression, and encryption, decryption take place at which OSI layer?
Okay, character encoding, data encryption. I get presentation and application layer. I think it's application. Must have been presentation. So it was the session. Let's see why.
Most application protocols require the exchange of multiple messages between the client and server. This exchange of such a sequence of messages is called a session, thus the session layer. Sessions can work in 3 modes: simplex, half-duplex, or duplex.
Okay, because it said mapping network connections. If it would have said route, then it would have been the network layer, but it was the session layer. Assuming responsibility for mapping network connections between applications, host to host. and I get the presentation layer and the application layer mixed up all the time.
Character encoding, data compression, and encryption, decryption take place at which OSI layer?
You get the presentation layer and the application layer mixed up all the time. Help me understand it better.
In the presentation layer, the data from the application layer is extracted and manipulated as per the required format to transmit over the network. Translation, encryption, decryption, and compression are some of the functions at the presentation layer.
Okay, that makes sense.
Awesome. This is super common in Network Plus
Give me
prep.
that
And getting these two
information.
OSI layers straight is a game changer for both exams and real-world troubleshooting. You're asking about the application layer, layer 7, versus the presentation layer, layer 6. So let's make this stick using your 5-part method. 1. Restate the question. What's the difference between the application layer and the presentation layer in the OSI model, and how do I stop confusing them? 2. Simplified answer. Application layer, layer 7, equal to what you interact with email, browser, file transfer tool. Presentation layer, layer 6, equal to how data looks. Formatting, encryption, translation, for example, making sure the file or message is readable and properly encoded. 3. Analogy. Think of sending a file via email. Application layer L7, equal to you use Gmail or Outlook to send it. The actual app tool you touch. Presentation layer L6, equal to the file gets compressed, encrypted, or encoded before it's sent. That's the translator interpreter preparing your message. Think of layer 6 like a mask. It makes sure both parties understand each other's language, format, and encryption. Think of layer 7 as the app on your screen, where the message is sent and received. 4. In-depth explanation. Application layer, layer 7, closest to the user, where applications like browsers, email clients, and file transfer software operate. Protocol examples: HTTP, HTTPS, FTP, SMTP email, DNS, SNMP. This is the layer that starts or receives the network communication. Presentation layer, layer 6, responsible for data formatting so that different systems can understand each other. Handles: data encryption, decryption, TLS, SSL, compression, JPEG, MP3, zip, character encoding, ASCII, Unicode. It ensures the data is presented in a way the receiver understands. Side by side, layer roll example 7 app that initiates data web browser, email client 6, how data is formatted, TLS encryption, zip file, JPEG image. 5. Real world scenario. You're downloading a file from a secure website. Application layer L7, you use Chrome to access example.com. Presentation layer L6. The TLS handshake occurs to encrypt the connection. The file is compressed or formatted, like in gzip, PDF, or JPEG. Session layer L5, session is established to keep the connection alive. You click download, that starts at layer 7, and layer 6 ensures the file looks right and can be read when it arrives. Easy trick to remember. Application is the tool, presentation is the polish. Or L7 equal to what you're doing, sending email. L6 equal to how the message looks.
Man, I have my mouse plugged in right now because it was dying. And it's causing stick drift. Fantastic follow-up. This is exactly the kind of critical thinking. Man, thank you for the affirmation. Just give me the simplified answer.
2. Simplified answer. FTP is officially a layer 7 application layer protocol, but it relies on lower layers, including layer 6 presentation, to handle things like formatting and encoding. So yes, FTP operates at layer 7, but it depends on layer 6 functions to make sure the files are transferred and readable.
Interesting. FTP operates at the layer 7, but it depends on layer 6 functions to make sure that the files are transferred and readable. So FTP layer 7 is the postal service you use to send it. Presentation layer, layer 6. Whether the book is in English or Japanese or zipped into a box or locked in with a code. Even though the Postal Service handles sending the presentation, ensures the recipient can read and use it in context when it arrives. Interesting. Okay. So the presentation layer is what encrypts and decrypts and takes place. Application layer. I think the reason I get confused is because layer 7's the application, which is where you like interact with it, but presentation is how the data looks, and it like that's the layer. Like it sounds like presentation layer should be the 7th layer because it's presenting it to me like I can see it, you know what I'm saying? And the application layer sounds like it should be layer 6 because it just does. So in my mind, those two things are separated. So application layer is layer 6, presentation layer is layer 7, and encoding, encryption, and decryption take place on the presentation layer. Okay.
Which Open Systems Interconnection OSI layer assumes responsibility for managing network connections between applications?
Host to host, it's session.
Which OSI layer assumes responsibility for managing network connections between applications?
Session layer.
Which Open Systems Interconnection OSI layer assumes responsibility for managing network connections between applications?
Session layer. Host to host.
Character encoding, data compression, and encryption, decryption take place at which OSI layer?
The application layer. Damn it, I did it again.
Which OSI layer assumes responsibility for managing network connections between applications?
God, dude, just give me that same question like 7 times. It's not even the one that I got wrong.
Character encoding, data compression, and encryption,
Application.
decryption take place at which OSI layer?
Dude. It's presentation, dude. It's presentation.
Character encoding, data compression, and encryption, decryption take place at which OSI layer?
Hey, what's up, Oaks? How's it going, man? Sorry I didn't see your chat until just now. Okay. We will, let's... Yeah, let's refresh.
A network engineer just set up a secondary connection at all their remote locations. The secondary connection links each site to another site to prevent downtime in case the primary connection fails. What networking concept did the engineer utilize for the configuration?
Load balancing. What? How is it not load balancing? A network engineer just set up a second connection at their remote locations. The second connection links each site to another site to prevent downtime in case the primary connection fails. Is it multipathing?
A company uses multiple redundant paths on the internal network to reduce network latency. A firewall installed in the company's demilitarized zone screened subnet includes multiple network interfaces that can systematically route traffic to these internal paths depending on bandwidth and other network policies. Considering the incoming internet traffic, what other purpose does this firewall serve as?
It serves as a load balancer. It's not a load balancer, but it has functions of a load balancer.
Junior level systems administrator troubleshoots network connectivity. The results of the troubleshooting reveal a device that is new to the administrator. This device connects all hosts and routes network traffic. After evaluating the possibilities, and based on the device's characteristics, what does the network utilize for connectivity and traffic flow?
Is it a multi-layer switch? And it troubleshoots network connectivity. The result of the troubleshooting reveals a device that is new to the administrator. The device connects all hosts and routes. Yes.
A wireless router commonly mounted on an office ceiling is widely known as which of the following devices?
Access point.
Which of the following systems provide an active response to network threats that match signature patterns?
Which of the following system provides an active response to network threats? SCADA?
What piece of network equipment allows network engineers to allow or deny traffic to specific locations within the network?
Which piece of network equipment allows network engineers to allow or deny traffic to specific locations? Oh, allow or deny traffic to specific locations. It's going to be a switch. Oh, within the network? So then it would be a router? Man, I'm not doing good. These are supposed to be like basic concept questions and I'm failing.
A network administrator needs to set up a circuit-level stateful inspection of traffic coming in and out of a specific segment of the network. What type of device should the network administrator use in this case?
My first gut instinct is a firewall. So a network administrator needs to set up a critical level stateful inspection there is something that's stateful and stateless. I think it's a firewall. I'm gonna try it. Yes. Okay, good.
A server technician is shopping for new storage for data on the business network. The storage requirement has risen over the last year, and the servers currently have limited space. Which of the following is an option for the technician to purchase to increase the available server storage on the local network?
SAN. Multipathing. So what's the difference between load balancing and multipathing?
Multipathing means that a network node has more than one physical link to another node. Multipathing is a feature of routers that can select alternative paths through the network if a link is down. A load balancer can switch client traffic to alternative processing nodes, reducing bottlenecks and allowing for failover services in the event of a host or network route going down.
Okay, so multipathing means that the node has a choice and has more than one physical link to another one. The load balancer will automatically switch to another path regardless, like if it can tell. Let me back that up with like some. Okay. Load balancing is that multi-pathing is multiple paths for the node to take, and the load balancer All right. You're on the right track, but let's define and clarify some explanations. You make sure you fully understand it. Okay. What's the difference between multipathing and load balancing? Simplified answer. Multipathing equals a device has multiple physical paths to a resource like storage or a server for redundancy and failover. Load balancing distributes active traffic across multiple path source like servers or links to improve performance and availability. Okay. I feel like my analogy that I just said is literally exactly this. Here's the analogy.
3. Analogy. Multipathing. Think of a fire truck that has multiple roads to the hospital. It usually picks one, but if that road is blocked, it has a backup. Purpose, redundancy, load balancing. Now imagine thousands of cars heading downtown. A traffic officer load balancer tells each car to take a different route to avoid jams. Purpose, efficiency, and distribution.
Right, so basically exactly what I just said. That a multipath is where a node has tons of different paths to go, and if one's down, it's no big deal, it'll go to the other one. It doesn't really worry about traffic, it's just trying to get to where it's going to go, and there's tons of redundant paths. The load balancing is different. It's like the watcher. If it sees that there's one path that's getting congested, it's going to use its known redundant paths to move that payload and tell it to go to a different direction. And it's going to distribute the traffic accordingly to its most efficient way. And the most efficient doesn't mean that it's the straightest. Most efficient might mean that it's just the fastest. Kind of like if you're driving through Houston, going straight through on 45 sounds like the most efficient way, but it's not, because if it's 4 o'clock, that traffic's going to be awful, and going around Houston on the Beltway is going to be so much faster than going straight through. It'll probably save you a good hour or two. Good old Texas. I can drive 6 hours in any direction and still be in Texas. Okay, let's see what's going on with this one.
Which of the following systems provide an active response to network threats that match signature patterns?
Okay, let's see what's going on with this stuff, because I don't really remember.
An intrusion prevention system, IPS, can deploy as hardware or software to provide an active response after analyzing possible network threats that match signature patterns. Intrusion detection system, IDs, is like an IPS, but provides a passive response to detected network threats using alerts such as notifications or emails. A supervisory control and data acquisition SCADA system runs as software on ordinary computers to gather data and manage plant devices and equipment with embedded PLCs called field devices.
I didn't even click the one that has intrusion in the name. Way to go. Way to go. All right. So the difference between IPS and IDS, intrusion prevention software, intrusion detection software. It's literally in the name. One prevents and one detects. And it prevents it by deploy as hardware or software. It can provide active response. It can provide an active response after analyzing possible network threats and match signature patterns. This just detects it and uses an alert like an email, or I guess maybe like a notification of some kind. Okay, so intrusion detection software, intrusion prevention software. Good, next.
What piece of network equipment allows network engineers to allow or deny traffic to specific locations within the network?
Firewall. So I don't know why I picked switch, because it said network, and I guess the switch does have the ability to deny or grant access, but it's kind of like how the firewall acts as a load balancer. That's not what its primary function is. Its primary function is not to deny you. Its primary function is to connect you. But by connecting things to the correct things, by default, it will deny you to certain things. So, all right, let's keep going.
A network administrator needs to provide remote workers access to internal messaging servers, but cannot configure internal service at the perimeter network. What can the network administrator deploy to listen for client requests from the internet and create the appropriate request to the internal messaging server?
It's a proxy. So we just have to figure out if it's a reverse proxy or a forward web proxy. So the admin deploy to listen for client requests. If clients are trying to talk, then it's a forward proxy. If the admin was trying to talk, it would be a reverse proxy. Okay, I guess I had those two back mixed up.
A department in an organization asks a systems administrator to set up a small network for a test project that consists of 5 computers. The admin searches the storage closet for a spare device to make the connection. Considering the functionality of network connectivity devices, which of the following can satisfy the testing environment requirement?
The switch.
A network consultant is reviewing header fields and is looking for evidence that packets are arriving at their destination. What is the name of the output ping that provides this information?
Okay, network consulting is reviewing a header field and is looking for evidence that packets are arriving to their destination. Oh, time to live. This is a routing protocol. This is a routing protocol, and this is if like the link state, like the port, if it's up or down. Well, I can't believe I struggle with some of these like super basic things.
A network engineer just set up a secondary connection at all their remote locations. The secondary connection links each site to another site to prevent downtime in case the primary connection fails. What networking concept did the engineer utilize for the configuration?
Because it says the secondary connection links each site to another site to prevent downtime, that sounds like load balancing, but it's multipathing. If it said something that there was a separate device or separate like thing that was making sure that traffic was going efficiently, then that would be a load balancer. This is just the road. This is like the watcher, making sure that everything goes correctly.
Which of the following systems provide an active response to network threats that match signature patterns?
So it's either going to be IPS or DPS. What does the I stand for again? Intrusion prevention system, intrusion detection system. So we're not trying to detect, we're trying to prevent. So which of the system provides an active response? Active response is going to be prevention. Look at me. Watch out, world. I'm learning.
A managed service provider onboards a new client that operates out of their house and has no need for servers. The client does not want network equipment to granularly define what they can access and would rather have a simple box to connect to the internet. What kind of box should the provider install for the client?
I'm going to say router. Because they want to connect to the internet. Yeah. Because routers route you to the WAN. Switches are local. Firewalls protect. NIC is inside of your computer to allow you to connect to the switch.
What piece of network equipment allows network engineers to allow or deny traffic to specific locations within the network?
That's going to be a router. Whoa, hold on. Is going to allow network engineers to allow or deny traffic. It's either a firewall or router. I got it wrong last time. I'm going to say firewall because it says allow or deny. Firewalls will allow and deny. Yes. Okay, let's reread this question. I feel like it was written poorly.
A network administrator needs to provide remote workers access to internal messaging servers, but cannot configure internal service at the perimeter network. What can the network administrator deploy to listen for client requests from the internet and create the appropriate request to the internal messaging server?
So an admin needs to provide remote workers access to the internal messaging server. So that is the worker trying to access the internals.
A reverse proxy server provides for protocol-specific inbound traffic. This type of proxy can listen for client requests from the internet and create the appropriate request to the internal server.
Okay. So I just had it mixed up. So reverse listens for the client. The voice gateway means that the translation between the VoIP system... No, here it is. Forward proxy server provides for protocol-specific outbound traffic. So a web proxy must be able to modify HTTP, HTTPS. Okay, so forward is outbound, reverse is inbound. So reverse is that we're listening for the client. Forward is outbound. We are saying something because we're the head honcho.
What piece of network equipment allows network engineers to allow or deny traffic to specific locations within the network?
Firewall. Fireball. Fireball.
A network administrator needs to provide remote workers access to internal messaging servers, but cannot configure internal service at the perimeter network. What can the network administrator deploy to listen for client requests from the internet and create the appropriate request to the internal messaging server?
Listening to messaging is reverse server. Or sorry, reverse proxy. I don't know why I said server. Okay, forward would have been outward.
A network engineer just set up a secondary connection at all their remote locations. The secondary connection links each site to another site to prevent downtime in case the primary connection fails. What networking concept did the engineer utilize for the configuration?
Multipathing. It's not load balancing because it's just having multiple paths. It's not dictating where it's going.
Which of the following systems provide an active response to network threats that match signature patterns?
All right. Active response is going to be IPS because P is for prevention. D is for detection.
A network administrator needs to provide remote workers access to internal messaging servers, but cannot configure internal service at the perimeter network. What can the network administrator deploy to listen for client requests from the internet and create the appropriate request to the internal messaging server?
Internal messaging right there, which means it's going to be reverse proxy. Congratulations. All right. Cloud concepts. Wish there was a way I could review like all of it. Can I get a course report? Oh, it just has my original thing from like way back when. That's not fair. I wish it had all my other stuff. Dang it. Let's see here. We'll do cloud concepts. And then IPv4 network addressing. And then we'll move on to a different one. All right. Let's refresh.
Which of the following is a primary characteristic of a private hosted cloud delivery model?
Okay. Of a private hosted cloud delivery model. Crap. See, this is why I need to do this, because I have no idea. Which of the following is a primary characteristic of a private hosted cloud delivery model? It's not going to be shared cost. Exclusively secure. I'm assuming exclusively secure because it's privately hosted. Okay. There we go. I'm a genius.
Cloud offerings, such as Amazon's Elastic Compute Cloud and Microsoft's Azure Virtual Machines, are examples of what type of service?
Oh, God, dude. This is why I wanted to do this one. Virtual machines is got to be... If it says virtual machines, it's infrastructure as a service. Yes. Watch out, boys. I'm learning. If you're new to the stream, my name is ParaDiddlePete. I take L's every day in networking so that way you don't have to.
Which of the following descriptions best describes a public cloud infrastructure?
Public cloud infrastructure is going to be multi-tenant. Now, you think that it's going to be third party. You think that it's going to be shared cost, but it's not. A public cloud infrastructure is like Google Cloud, Google Drive. Multiple people use it. We do not all share the cost.
An organization decides to retire an internal email infrastructure based on Microsoft Exchange Server technology. As a result, IT plans a migration to Microsoft Office 365. Based on IT's plan, which cloud service type best identifies the upcoming implementation?
Okay. That's crazy that they had an internal email infrastructure. What company do you know of that has an internal email infrastructure that doesn't go through Microsoft or Gmail or something like that? That's wild. I bet it's way more secure, but I bet it's way more money. It's got to be a platform as a service, right? I don't know where mail falls in that. Would it be software as a service? I'm very interested in what the answer to that one is.
IT engineers from partner organizations are planning a cloud infrastructure. After considering the available delivery models, the engineers decide to migrate and use a community model. Which of the following best is a primary characteristic of a community model?
Community model shares cost. So it's either a private or it could be a public like infrastructure, not infrastructure, cloud infrastructure is the word I'm looking for. And think of it like you have multiple hospitals that are all using the same cloud, and they're all sharing the cost of this one cloud. And that cloud is going to be industry specific too. So that cloud's not going to be like, I mean, I guess it could be Google, but it's going to be more specific to the industry of like the hospitals or whatever. Yeah, and they're all going to share costs.
A user goes to the website www.shopping.com, where a Bastion host reviews the request to verify the safety of the request. What has the company established to enable clients access to data on the private system without compromising the security of the internal network?
What is the company established? Okay, my first knee-jerk reaction is demilitarized zone, but I got to make sure that I understand what that means. It's definitely not NAT or PAT. That has nothing to do with anything of what's going on. A user goes to the website www.shopping.com, where a Bastion host reviews the request to verify the safety. See, that's also how we know that it's not NAT or PAT. NAT or PAT has nothing to do with safety. It has everything to do with one IP address, and you have multiple users who need to share it. What has the company established to enable clients access to data? It's got to be demilitarized zone. All right.
Management at an online retailer meet to discuss delivery options for an online shopping experience. IT proposes using a method where transactions take place in a cloud environment, but using a backend locally. Which delivery model is IT suggesting as a solution?
Hybrid, because it's using both. IT proposes a method where the transactions take place on a cloud environment, but using a backend locally. Hybrid. So maybe I do know this stuff a little bit better than I thought.
An organization looks to implement a solution where remote workers can access both cloud-based resources and on-premise data. Some users will use company-issued laptops, while others will use personally owned desktop computers. Which of the following will best meet the IT department's requirements?
Desktop as a service environment, multi-tenant environment, virtual private network. I'm going to say a virtual private network, a VPN. Yeah, and the reason I knew that it was VPN is because some of them are going to have company issued and some are going to have personal owned desktop computers. That's wild. If you're bringing your own personally owned desktop computer into the office, like, you might want to think about where you're working. But if you're a remote worker, which it did not say, and you're using your personally owned desktop computer, that makes total sense. Like, I think that would be ridiculous for a company to give you a desktop if you're a remote worker. I know some people might sit there and think that, oh, well, if you're a remote worker, the company should provide you with everything that you need. I don't know, man. If you're a remote worker, that's a privilege. Like, that's a really nice gig. And if the trade-off for me to be a remote worker means that I have to use all my own gear, like, I'm totally okay with it because I don't have to go to the office. That's just my personal opinion. But anyway, that's why it was virtual private network, because they need to make sure that the personal computers have a way into the internal network. And Chris agrees with me.
An organization decides to retire an internal email infrastructure based on Microsoft Exchange Server technology. As a result, IT plans a migration to Microsoft Office 365. Based on IT's plan, which cloud service type best identifies the upcoming implementation?
So the answer was software as a service. I have never once thought of email as a service, as a software. And that's probably because I wasn't around in the days when it was a software, but it used to be a software. You can even look, well, I don't know, most Windows computers don't have the Mail app anymore. But the Mail app that was on Windows, one of the reasons why people never used it is because it was a software that was on there. It always broke. The port never worked right. Like, unless you knew what you were doing in order to download your emails onto your computer, because that's what you were doing. You weren't looking through it through a cloud, you were downloading those emails onto your computer, which is why it was always a pain in the butt. So it used to be a software as a service, it used to be a software. I don't really think of it as a software anymore, but I guess you could say the same exact thing to Microsoft Word. Word documents used to be a software. Now they're all cloud-based. So technically it is still a software as a service. That makes total sense to me. Let's read what it says.
Software as a service, SaaS, is a computing method that uses the cloud to provide application services to users. Office 365 is an example of SaaS.
Yeah, so Office 365 is Microsoft's version of Google Drive, or Google Suite, where it has like all the different applications to it. All those applications are software as a service. Yeah. 365 is the hint. 365 is a full suite, isn't it? You are correct. It is a full suite. And there's actually way more in 365 and in the Google Suite as well than just Sheets, PowerPoint, and Google, like a document, like a text doc. So if you ever feel curious, like go in there and look at some of the other applications that are in there, because it's kind of stacked. It does have a lot of things.
A cloud implementation for a growing business requires additional processing power. How will an engineer provide additional resources in real time?
Oh, implementing elasticity. So the cloud implication. Dang it.
Cloud implementation.
Implementation. That's a hard word to say. Okay. For a growing business requires additional power, processing power. So we need something that's elasticity. We need something that's going to grow with us. Crap. Or is it going to be scalable? Scalability. We're going to go with elasticity. Okay. Yeah, because elasticity, what that means is that it's going to grow, and then in real time, if there's something that's like we have a really big downtime, it's going to go smaller. It's going to change size with us, because a growing business doesn't only grow. It has huge ups and it has huge downs. It's actually really scary.
Network administrator is researching network virtualization and is trying to find a standard architecture for appliances to be developed against. Which of the following should the administrator consider as a standard architecture?
Okay, so architecture is the key word. Architecture, it's either hypervisor or it's NV or NFW. I can't remember which one's the architecture. It's not a virtual switch. It's not MPLS. I'm fairly certain that it's makes sense. It mentions real time, and I think that's focused on elasticity and not scalability. Yeah. I'm going to go with NFV. I'm going to go with NFV. I was right. I went with my gut and I was right. Yep, there it is. Chris with the win. NFV is the network functions virtualized. Chris the GOAT right now.
IT implements Google Suite for Business at a large firm. This implementation invalidates the need to install any local applications. Considering the implementation, which type of cloud service does IT deploy?
Right there. So, this implementation invalidates the need to install any local applications. If you don't need to install any local applications, it's going to be software as a service.
A company uses several Windows servers for Active Directory, SQL Server, Radius, DHCP, and DNS. Management is recommending a move to the cloud. IT suggests moving services in a staggered fashion so as to not cause disruption. Which of the following cloud architectures would best meet the migration requirements of the company?
I remember this question. This question is kind of crappy because it says staggered fashion, so it makes you think like a hybrid way or something like that. Chris, yep. It makes you think that it's going to be a staggered fashion, so it's going to be hybrid, like maybe it's going to be a little bit of them, a little bit of whatever, but that's not what it is. Which of the following architecture would best meet the migration? So we have to look at, so we have Windows services for Active Directory, SQL servers, and Radius, DHCP, and DNS. This should be I think it's infrastructure as a service. No, it was platform as a service. I get platform and infrastructure mixed up because in my mind, DHCP and DNS is infrastructure. A server is infrastructure. But it's not. It's apparently platform. We'll come back to it. Oh, this is also a crap question too.
A medium-sized enterprise has recently expanded its operations, resulting in a significant increase in the number of employees. The company's network now includes over 200 devices that require internet access. The enterprise has been allocated a small pool of public IP addresses by their Internet Service Provider, ISP. The network administrator needs to configure a NAT solution that allows all devices to access the internet without assigning a specific public IP address to each device. Which type of NAT should the network administrator implement to meet these requirements?
Yeah, me too, Chris. I think the ISS or the IaaS throws me off because I don't really know a lot of examples. That's why I really cling to that virtual machine. When I see virtual machine, I'm like, ooh, yes, I know what this is. I also have a hard time distinguishing some of the things that it says is the IA or the infrastructure and the platform. In my mind, they're both, but they're like finding the distinction, the division between it. Well, we're gonna. I have a chat bot right there that we're gonna ask questions to when it circles back around. But this question right here, this one is a super crap question because it says that they have 20. I remember this one because I spent a lot of time on it. 200 devices that require the internet now. So these are new devices. The enterprise has allotted a small pool of public IP addresses by their internet service provider. The network administrator needs to configure NAT solutions that allows all devices to access the internet without assigning a specific public IP address to each device. So it wants to know, what is the NAT thing? Yeah, it can be a real fine line with infrastructure. I try to keep scraping my mind. I try to keep scrapping it in my mind. Okay, so back to this. This is how the world works now, is a PAT. The way it works is that, like, you're usually given, like, my house is given one public IP address. I actually have 2 public IP addresses, but I'm given one public IP address. Then that goes to my PAT and my DHCP, which allots my private IP addresses, and then it assigns a port to it. So that way each device can access the public IP address and access the WAN, and it uses a form of port forwarding. It's like NAT and port forwarding like combined. But what this is saying is because since they have a small pool of public IP addresses, it's going to be dynamic NAT. And this is super crappy because what dynamic NAT says is that you have 2 devices and they both want to go onto the internet. If this one says, hey, I want to go on the internet, it gets assigned a public IP address for that time. And then when it's done, it gets cut off. And then another one comes in, and then it says, hey, I want it. But if this one's still on, then this one's going to say, hey, can I have it? And it's going to look, oh, do I have another IP address to give you? Oh, I don't. Denied. Okay? But it's going to say that it's dynamic. Isn't that stupid? Because very clearly the answer is PAT, right? Like, that makes the most sense. But because we're dealing with a small pool of IP addresses, it's saying that the textbook correct answer is dynamic NAT. So it'll just upon request assign public IP address to the devices. But in today's world, when have you ever just said, okay, I'm not going to be connected to the internet right now? Your phone and your laptop is always asking for connection to the internet. It doesn't work like that anymore. Yeah, very weird. Very, very crap question. Hate it. I also hate it because there's similar questions like this in the practice test, and the answer is PAT. Yeah. Okay, so let's see what our friend Chatbot GPT has to say about this. And this is why I have the prompt that I have. We'll get rid of this. We don't need that, and we don't need that. And let's see what it poops out. So what it says, let's see what it says real quick.
Platform as a Service (PaaS) is a computing method that uses the cloud to provide any platform-type services. A SQL database is an example of PaaS. The PaaS architecture model would best meet the company's requirements. Software as a Service (SaaS) is a computing method that uses the cloud to provide application services to users.
Yeah, we already know that.
Office
Software
365 is an example of SaaS. Infrastructure as a Service (IaaS) is a means of provisioning IT resources such as servers, load balancers, and storage area network SAN components.
Okay, so infrastructure as a service means providing IT resources such as servers, load balancers, and storage areas. Is this not a storage area? Is not a server not a storage area? Is that not a storage area? Okay. Chris says, guess it's because it already has a pool of addresses to use, so it wants to know how to efficiently use those. I would imagine so, but I would imagine that you would want a dynamic pat eventually. Maybe dynamic pat doesn't exist. I don't know. But I agree with you. Moving on to this, making sure that we understand what infrastructure as a service and platform as a service. Let's see what our good friend ChatBotGPT says.
The correct answer is hybrid.
Ooh, I love it. I love when it gets it wrong.
Let's break it down using your 5-part method. 1. Restate the question. A company is using multiple on-prem Windows services, Active Directory, SQL, DHCP, DNS, etc. Management wants to move to the cloud, but IT recommends doing it gradually to avoid disruption. Which cloud model fits this phased migration best? 2. Simplified answer. Hybrid cloud allows the company to keep some services on premises while migrating others to the cloud over time, which matches their staggered migration plan. This
is why I love it when ChatBotGPT gets the question wrong, because it got tricked too. It makes me feel not stupid because when I originally read this question like 4 weeks ago, I chose hybrid because it said move in a staggered fashion. Because it said move in a staggered fashion, it makes me think that. I interpret SAN as a whole network of just storage servers. See, I've always thought that too. Well, I've also interpreted SAN as not necessarily a whole network, but just a giant memory. Ooh, maybe ChatBotGPT is interpreting it as using them both methods during the transition. See, and that's how a normal person would. In all reality, this is very human of AI. Okay. Let's go back to it. Let's see what it says.
3. Analogy. Imagine you live in one house and are moving to another. You don't want to move everything in one day, SaaS or PaaS. You don't want to build a brand new house from scratch, IaaS.
Yeah, see, everything it's saying is exactly that. It's saying you want to move the furniture room by room while still sleeping in the old house. That's the hybrid move, and that is what it's insinuating. Okay, but this is what I want to know this, and then we're gonna correct it.
4. In-depth explanation. Let's break down each option. IaaS, infrastructure as a service, gives you virtual machines, networks, and storage in the cloud. You still manage OS, services, etc. Good for control, but not a migration strategy by itself. PaaS.
Okay, so it says storage. Is the SQL server not storage? I guess a server doesn't necessarily have to be storage. I guess it could be storage. I was gonna say like a something that holds all the information that you could grab from, like a library, but that would still be storage. It would be still storing information. Okay, let's see what PaaS is.
Platform as a service. Gives you environments to deploy apps without managing infrastructure. Great for developers. Doesn't address directory services, DNS, DHCP, etc.
See, doesn't address directory services, DNS, etc. And that's exactly what's going on here. Okay, I think I just figured it out. It wants to move in a staggered fashion, so not to cause a disruption, which means the following cloud architectures would best meet the migration requirements would be PaaS, because all of this is infrastructure and is going to cause a huge disturbance. changing the DHCP over, changing the DNS over, that's all infrastructure, and that's going to cause a huge disruption, which means that the easiest one to move first is going to be the PAS. I would think that the easiest one to move over first would be the SaaS, which would be the software as a service. I think that is what the question is asking.
Five, real-world scenario. The company keeps Active Directory and DHCP on-prem for LAN login and IP control. Moves SQL Server to Azure SQL. Later migrates DNS to cloud-based Route 53 or Azure DNS. Eventually, even Active Directory might move to Azure AD. This
Network Plus Study Guide says the answer is PAS. And whether it is contextually and whether is contextually correct, because both PAS and hybrid can sometimes seem as a valid answer depending on the wording. Let's analyze it carefully. Okay, yeah, let's do that.
excellent follow-up. Let's dig into side to why the Network Plus Study Guide might say PAS and whether that's contextually correct, because both PAS and hybrid can sometimes seem like valid answers depending on wording. Let's reanalyze the question carefully and critically. Question recap. A company runs multiple Windows-based services on-prem, Active Directory, SQL Server, Radius, DHCP, DNS. Management wants to move to the cloud. IT suggests a staggered migration to avoid disruptions. What cloud architecture is best for this situation? Network Plus Study Guide says PaaS. But here's what PaaS actually means. PaaS, platform as a service, equal to cloud platform, where you deploy custom apps without managing infrastructure. Used when you want to migrate code-based services, for example, SQL, web apps. You no longer want to manage the OS, hardware, or middleware. You're rebuilding, rehosting apps on top of cloud platforms like Azure App Services, AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Why PaaS might be considered correct. If the main focus of the question is about migrating server apps like SQL Server or custom apps, PaaS would be appropriate. PaaS helps avoid infrastructure.
Okay, it says it right there. Want to migrate code-based services like SQL.
Excellent follow-up. Let structure level headaches, which aligns with the no disruption goal. Some services like Azure SQL are considered PaaS versions of traditional on-prem servers, but PaaS does not cover DHCP, DNS, Radius, Active Directory.
And it doesn't need to cover those things because they're moving in a staggered fashion. This is just the first phase. This is the first one. The second one is going to be the infrastructure as a service. This requires us to inference and imply a lot, which I hate doing and is not safe to do with questions, because you can infer and imply so many different interpretations. It's like when you're teaching like a high school kid or any type of child, if you don't give them exactly what you want them to do, you leave it up for interpretation. And if you leave it up for interpretation, they will interpret it wrong. Or at least they're going to interpret it not the way you would interpret it.
Those are infrastructure level services, not platforms for application hosting. So if your migration includes core network services, PaaS alone is not sufficient. You'd still need hybrid on-prem plus cloud coexistence, or IaaS, virtual servers in cloud, where you still manage the same services. Real best fit answer based on
Okay.
full scope hybrid. So what's going on? If the question only emphasized SQL Server or app development, PaaS is valid. But with services like DHCP, DNS, Radius, PaaS is insufficient. Hybrid or IaaS would be more complete answers. So the study guide answer may be oversimplified or assumes you're only migrating platform-dependent apps like SQL.
And that's exactly what it's doing. That's exactly what it's doing. So a PaaS, platform hosting, apps and databases. Okay? And actually, this is a database. Yep. So Microsoft SQL Server is a database management system. all around, this is a real crap question. Okay, so PAS, just so that way we can say that we said it and we understand the sand in the line. PAS is platform hosting, which is going to be apps and database. The IaaS, the infrastructure you control, which is going to be virtual machines and network services. So one is apps and databases. The other one's virtual machines and services. That's the difference. That is this line in the sand. So, okay, I think we spent long enough on this one. It's going to come back around. It's also one of the only ones we got wrong. Let's see what this one has us.
An organization decides to retire an internal email infrastructure based on Microsoft Exchange Server technology. As a result, IT plans a migration to Microsoft Office 365. Based on IT's plan, which cloud service type best identifies the upcoming implementation?
Software as a service.
A company uses several Windows servers for Active Directory, SQL Server, Radius, DHCP, and DNS. Management pushes to move to the cloud. IT suggests moving services in a staggered fashion as to not cause disruption. IT moves SQL Server instances to the cloud as a start. Which of the following cloud service types is IT most likely using?
And then that's our hint. It moves SQL servers, which is a database. And since it's a database, it's PAS. PAAS. That's a total crap question, man. Oh, I think this is the same one.
A company uses several Windows servers for Active Directory, SQL Server, Radius, DHCP, and DNS. Management is recommending a move to the cloud. IT suggests moving services in a staggered fashion so as to not cause disruption. Which of the following cloud architectures would best meet the migration?
PAS. All right. Hey, we did pretty good. Not gonna lie. All right, what are we gonna get to next? Didn't I say we were gonna do one more here? I think I said we were gonna do use appropriate IPv4 network addressing. Yeah, let's review. How well did we do with this? Oh, buddy. Last time I did this. Oh, this was my very first attempt. All right, let's do a refresher. And then we're gonna move on to section, like, I think 3.
Entering an ipconfig all command, you discover that the server has an IP address of 169.254.200 and 19.35. Which of the following is the most likely reason the server cannot communicate with the public network?
It's a puppy! A puppy! Hey, look, everyone thinks they have a bad time when they get a puppy, but in reality, you're just having a party by yourself. You know what I'm saying?
What allows a network designer to allocate ranges of Internet Protocol IP addresses to subnets that match the predicted need for the number of subnets and hosts per subnet?
SIDAR. If you were on the stream last night, you know that we went in depth with SIDAR and used all of our skills to make subnet and subnetting subnets and doing all that stuff. We also went in depth to make sure that we understood the difference between a network and a subnet and how it all works together. I'm a clown. I'm a clown. Why is that not SIDAR? What?
What allows a network designer to allocate ranges of Internet Protocol IP addresses to subnets that match the predicted need for the number of...
What allows a network designer to allocate ranges of this private addressing? SIDAR just is the abbreviation of subnet. I went one step beyond. Honk honk. I'm a clown.
A network administrator is reviewing the company's network and surveying current network configurations. After examining a few hosts, the administrator notes that the general Internet Protocol IP scheme starts with the first. Octet at 10 and all are using a default mask of 255.0.0.0.0. Which of the following is true for this network? Select 2.
It's Class A network. Now, how do I know that's private or public? It's not going to be /24. /24 is going to be a Class C. A network administrator is reviewing the company's network and surveying current network configurations. So since it's reviewing, no, that's a stretch. Since it's reviewing the company's network, it makes me think that's a private because it's the company's network. After examining a few hosts, the administrator notices that the general internet protocol scheme starts with, okay, the internet protocol scheme starts with this. So that's a private. And ooh, buddy, that got me. Let me unplug my mouse here, and let me plug. Where's the thing? Just so you know why I know that this is the answer, how I know that it's not 24 is, and I've said this multiple times, but I know a lot of people struggle with subnetting. When we have 255, 255, 255, and 255, like this is the subnet, right? This is the broadcast. These are all octets. And this is class A. When you have 2 of them, it's class B. When you have 3 of them, it's class C. And when you have 4 of them, it's also class C. So that's how I know, because if it was /8, it would have been class A. If it would have been /16, it would have been class B, and so on and so forth. That's how I know it. I'm rusty in private IP ranges. So just to help you out, since you're actually chatting and you brought that up, I'll help you out. So IP ranges, we have, whoa, where'd it go? Basically 0 to, I think it's 127. We'll double check that. That's A. And this is how I memorize it. That's A. I don't memorize B. And then C starts with 192, I believe. And then I don't memorize D. And I don't memorize E. And then I know that 169 is a poppy. A party by yourself. Okay. IP classes range. Yeah, okay, 126. That was close. 192. I don't worry about D and I don't worry about E because we don't use those. Those are reserved for other crap. And then 196 is reserved for a poppy. So that's what's going on. The way the private range works is that when it's a private, you can do anything you want, man. It's just a matter of your scope of however big the internet you want to have. So you could, if it's your private home network, you could use 10. You could use 172. You could use 192 for your first octet. It doesn't matter. It's your private network. It's just a matter. The whole 127 range is private. LOL. Yeah. Well, for this question, he actually has 65,000 addresses that are private. Because he's starting with the A. Yeah. Don't get confused with the number of networks that are in here. That's not a good representation. Yeah, maximum nodes of networks. This is a better representation. This is the number of subnets that you could have. No, that's not the number of subnets that you can have. I don't know what this is. Don't look at this. Look at this. That's what matters. Moving on.
A network administrator is setting up a 192.168.1.m to support the subnet masking VLSM to support the sales and marketing department.
Perfect.
The sales department has 120 computers, and the marketing department has 50 computers. Which of the following Internet Protocol IP address configurations will provide adequate support for the marketing department? Select 2.
Okay. No, I hate when it does that. Like, I don't want it to do that. I want it to do this. Okay, let's work this one out. Because this is fun and it actually matters. So we have 192.168.1.0 slash, that looks like a Z or a 6, 0 slash 24. So that 24 means that our subnet mask is 255.255.255, and then we have to figure out what the last one's going to be. So these are all octets, so these are all 8. This one is going to be, so it starts with 128, then 32, 64, 8. Oh my God, I ran out of room. 4, 2, 1. Okay. So we have to figure out what's going to equal this 24. So 8 plus 8 plus 8. So 8 plus 8 is 16. 16 plus 8 is not 32. What is 8 plus 16? What is 8 times 3? 20. 24? Right? What? Why? What? Yeah, 24. Okay, I'm not crazy. Okay, so it's going to be 24, which means that in these octets over here, it's all going to be 0. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, which means that this is going to be 0. So that's our subnet. Okay? Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. I don't know why I struggled with that. So what we need to do is we need to see what the subnet needs to be in order to make sure that we put it in the correct thing. So this is our network. This is our network of what we're capable of doing. So we need it for the marketing department. The marketing department needs 50 computers. So what we're going to do is that we're going to take this, it's slash 25. If it becomes 25, then that means that it's going to be one extra one over here, which would be 28. Hold on. Oh, we need to figure out the max amount of IP addresses. So the simple version is that to figure out our IP addresses, it's going to be 2 to the power of 32, subtract our side R. Our side R's that we have is 25 and 26. So we'll do 25 first. Okay, and the reason we're doing 32 is because if all of these were 8, it'd be 8 plus 8 plus 8 plus 8, which would be 32. So 32 subtract 25 is 7. So that means that we have 2 to the power of 7, which equals 2 to the... Do I not have a caret key? Okay, whatever. Two times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can't believe I don't have a caret key. Equals 128. So this is going to give us 128 usable IPs, private IPs. That's a lot. So that means it's probably going to be this guy. We could do it real quick with 26. So we'll scratch this out and we'll put 26 by it. So that means 32. 32 minus 26 equals 6. So then we will now do 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That equals 64. So if we do 26, 26 is going to equal 2 to the power of 6, which is going to equal 64. That is going to be way better, because if we use the 128, we're going to waste a lot of IP addresses. So we're going to use the /25. We're going to use that for the sales department, and we're going to use the /26 for the marketing department. Now we just need to figure out what we're going to do for the actual subnet. So the actual subnet is going to be, so 128.32. Sorry, that should be 64. 64, 32, 16, 8, 4, 2, 1. So we're going to have 0 because we have to make it equal this. Which is going to be 64. I read the question wrong and didn't realize it wanted it for marketing. Yes, that's super important. You have to make sure that whenever you're doing stuff, like a lot of people on my stream get really annoyed because I'll reread the question like 2 or 3 times, but like it's silly to miss something because you miss it. You know what I'm saying? So we have to figure out what this is to these. And I just got stumped because I don't know why. 64. They also do try to trick you with the wording. Yes, they did. You saw that earlier. Okay, I'm so close to doing this. Why did I get stopped? Everything I've done up to this point is correct. I totally forgot how to convert the CIDR to the subnet. This is the octet. This is the amount of bits that it takes. No, it's not. 64 is the amount of IP addresses. That's what's tripping me up. It's 26. That's what we're trying to get to. That's the number we got to get. So, 26 is going to be 1, 3. So should be this, right? Do you ever do magic number subnetting? What is that? Can you use 2 different subnet masks on the same network? I haven't been sure of that. Yes, you can. Actually, I have a thread that shows that. It might be this one. We went over that last night. Here. So here's our subnet nesting. So here is our thing, our overall network. And then this network can be broken down into 2 different subnets, /24/24. And that /24 can be broken down into 2 subnets, which is /25/25. And you can just keep going down lower and lower and lower, as long as they all equal into each other. I have a chart written out on my desk that shows me magic numbers out of SIDR notation. It can be very handy. Is that the same thing that there's a guy on YouTube named Sunny? He has a really thick like accent, but he's really, really smart. And he has this like awesome chart that kind of like charts it out. I think that might be what you're talking about. 26 would be 128 plus 64, right? I don't know about that. Okay, where I'm getting stuck is setting getting the SIDR to the subnet. I know the SIDR is 26. Okay, let's review, I guess. I know that the SIDR is /26. What would my subnet be, and how do I do it? I think I've seen him too. I got mine from my professor. Oh yes, I've watched that guy before too. Actually, I took a computer class in college, and like all of his lessons was just that dude's YouTube. It was actually my last year of doing anything in college because for this stuff, because when I realized that his entire class was just his videos, I was like, buddy, I can watch these videos and have ChatGPT make me like quizzes and stuff. All right, let's see here.
Perfect. Now you're applying your knowledge of 4. In-depth explanation. Step by step, how to find your subnet for 26. Step 1, know what 26 means. SIDR, 26 equal to subnet mask, 200 and...
Well, hold on. This is great. I think you say his name is Messer. That's how I've always said it. I've watched him in doing a lot of trainings to learn myself. Let's see here. 128 plus 64. 192. Hey, you were right. You were right. That is it. You add the SIDR to the 128. But why did we add... Okay. Because if we add these things together, we get our thing, which needs to be 192. Sometimes I get confused and I see 155 instead of 255. And that's what I thought just a second ago. I thought we were trying to get to it. Okay, anyway. Okay, but how does /26 translate to... Okay, I understand it now. I just want to solidify it. The SIDRs want to turn into many of the bits. Yeah, /26 is 24 plus 2, so add the 28. Yes, you're correct, because the 128 is actually minus 2, because that's not usable IPs. 126 is, because you take away the first and you take away the last. That's absolutely correct. That makes sense. Yeah, those are the 2 network bits that would be borrowed. Okay. It's really weird math to learn and to get used to. I'm already bad at math. saying you're bad at math is the first step of being bad at math. You should never say that you're bad at math. You should just think about it in terms of patterns. Always think of math in terms of patterns. Like, if I want to go from San Antonio to Galveston, there's probably like 100 different paths that I can take. Figuring out which path I'm going to take, depending on restaurants, and traffic, is algebra. It's all variable. So when you start looking at math in terms of patterns, instead of looking at it in terms of numbers, it gets a lot easier, in my opinion, at least. Okay. Then just count on which group. Okay. It's the first. And then 6. So we needed 6 over here because it was going to be 1. So because it was 24, 25, 26. Oh, okay. It just clicked. It just clicked. Okay, because yesterday when I was doing this, I got these numbers backwards. I got them flipped. So I was really afraid that I was doing the same exact thing. Since this is 26, we just have to add it. So 8 plus 8 plus 8 is 24. 25 and 26 is 1. So then that would be 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And then you add these two together. And I'll do this in a different color to just be, maybe not that one. I'll do this one. So then that's why it is 128 plus 64, which is why you said that, which equals 100 and... Whoa, what's happening? Oh, I don't know what that is. Control Z. 192. Okay. That took a really long time to figure out, but I'm glad that we walked through it, because the more that we do it, the better it is. It's like it. So like the way I think of things is it's got to be like a circle. And this is how like I view like all of life actually. If there's always a back door, there's always a way to get around something. Like every rule has like a loophole, right? So if 10 minus 6 equals 4, that means by default that 4 plus 6 equals 10. It's what's the word? Cyclical. It's in a circle. And you have to be able to think about it. And that's how I'm thinking about this stuff. Like I'm trying to think about it in terms of a circle. Like I should be able to get the side R from the net mask, and I should be able to get the net mask from the side R kind of thing. All right. Which means that this is the answer. Let's go. I've been using this a lot lately. Just practice for a bit. It's been handy. Yeah, that's really good. I deliver beer for a long time, and kegs come in 8 to a pallet of 16 to a pallet. Hey, my best friend delivers beer. He's been doing it for many years. Yeah. Hey, you know what? I do the same thing because I think of it in terms of music. Because music has, like, if we just looked at this, crap, where'd it go? Like, this is a whole note, and this is a half note, and then these are quarter notes, and then you can just keep going on and on and on and on and on. Yeah, the circle is 256. I thought it was 255. Are you sure it's 256 or is it 255? Because 0 and 2 and 0 is the host, and then 255 is the broadcast, right? Okay, anyway, let's... All right, here we go.
The hosts on a company's network all use a public internet protocol IP address. The first octet in the IP range is 132.
Okay.
Which of the following IPv4 address classes does the company's IP address belong to?
I saw this. So this is exactly how I was doing it before. 0 count, but the limit is 255. That's what I thought. So I only have memorized A and C. 127, and then the end of it, and then the beginning is 191. Some people say it's 192. That's a discrepancy. But this is 132, and since it is higher than what the limit of what class A is, and it's lower than the limit of C is, therefore it has to be B. There we go.
Two Windows hosts connected to a switch are contending to respond to ARP, Address Resolution Protocol queries. Only one of the hosts is receiving network traffic. What is the most likely cause of this issue?
Two hosts connected to a switch are contending to respond to ARP. Only one of the hosts is receiving network traffic. Okay. It's not an incorrect gateway. It's not going to be an expired IP address. A duplicate IP address is either an expired IP address or nefarious. But the question says two Windows hosts connected to a switch are contending to an ARP request, meaning that the switch is yelling out, hey, who has this MAC address? And two different computers are saying, I have this MAC address. This is my IP address. So it's duplicate MAC addresses. Switch means no IPs, right? The switch is trying to obtain IP addresses. It's trying to map them. Yes. We're going to take a practice test here in a second, too. If you're just now joining the stream, thanks for being here.
Which of the following is an Internet Protocol IP address that is in the Class B private address range?
So it's going to be 172 because that's lower than 192 and it's higher than 127. 127 is the cutoff for Class A. So, like, don't get tricked. A puppy, that is Class C. And then we have 10, which is Class A. This is the misdirect. Okay? These are the throwaway. And this is the answer. Yep. If you're new to the stream, my name's ParaDiddlePete. I take L's in networking so that way you don't have to. I take L's in life so that way you don't have to. I just take L's. Alright. Please like, subscribe,
the company
share the
has
video,
725 hosts on their network that utilize public Internet Protocol IP addresses. In addition, they have 3 contiguous Class C addresses for the hosts. Instead of maintaining 3 routing tables, the company has 1 single entry. What of the following allows the company to consolidate their routing tables?
SIDAR is what is used to consolidate routing. Yes. Hey, dude, I'm taking my exam tomorrow, too. Let's go. We're going to do a practice test as soon as I'm done with this section. Okay? So stay tuned. We're only a few questions away. A few questions away before we take the practice test. And we're going to do it together. I'm pretty sure that's SIDAR. Yeah. Yep.
What allows a network designer to allocate ranges of Internet Protocol IP addresses to subnets that match the predicted need for the number of subnets and hosts per subnet?
So, variable length subnet mask. We're going to Google this real quick.
Variable length subnet masks, VLSMS, allows a network designer to allocate ranges of Internet Protocol IP addresses to subnets that match the predicted need for numbers of subnets and hosts per subnet.
So is that the same as this scope? I'm going to go until probably 1. Anywhere between noon to 1, depending on how long the practice test goes, and then we're going to review some of the questions that we get wrong. Let's Google it.
Variable Length Subnet Masks, VLSMs. An in-depth explanation. Variable Length Subnet Masking, VLSM, is a subnetting technique that allows network administrators to allocate IP addresses more efficiently. By dividing an IP address space into subnets of different sizes, based on the specific needs of each network segment. Unlike traditional fixed-length subnet masking FLSM, which uses a uniform subnet mask across all subnets, VLSM offers the flexibility to create subnets with varying host counts within a single IP address block. Here's how VLSM works. Subnetting. VLSM builds upon the concept of subnetting, which is the process of dividing a large network into smaller, manageable subnetworks or subnets. This helps to improve network performance and security by limiting broadcast traffic to smaller subnets and organizing network segments more effectively. Variable size subnets, instead of using a single subnet mask, VLSM enables network designers to apply different subnet masks to different subnets of a single class A, B, or C network. This creates subnets of varying sizes, allowing for a more customized allocation of IP addresses.
Okay, so this allows you to have various sizes of subnets. That makes sense. And I want to make sure that I understand how it relates to the scope for the subnet. Yes, that's a good way of looking at it. The VLMS essentially defines the scope or size of the individual subnet. So this allows us to have a /24 /25 inside this, or sorry, /24, and then have two /25s inside that 24, and so on and so forth. Okay. I would say I've been studying for about 6 weeks. I've been studying for about 6 weeks as well. I've been studying really intently since about the beginning of June, end of May. Nice. I've been going quite a bit longer than that. I feel like I'm about ready to book. Best of luck. Yeah, best of luck to both of you guys. I take my test tomorrow, and then we're going to talk about it and do all that stuff, whatever. Back to this question at hand. The reason it's not SIDAR is the abbreviation. The variable length subnet mask is the scope of all of the subnet masks that are possible. So that way you can have different size subnet masks for whatever needed. Like that question we just had where there was two sizes that were needed for marketing and for the sales team. That was using the VLSM. Oh, we got another puppy.
A system administrator has installed a new client computer on the network. The computer is getting an IP address of 169.254.0.1 on a DHCP-enabled network. What type of address did the computer receive?
A puppy! It's a link local. It's a party by yourself. Who needs friends to talk to when you can just loop back to yourself?
What allows a network designer to allocate ranges of Internet Protocol IP addresses to subnets that match the predicted need for the number of subnets and hosts per subnet?
Allocate ranges of IP addresses. That's the key.
What is the significance of the name localhost in the context of IP networking?
Ooh, let's find out.
It is a reserved domain name for future Internet protocols.
No.
It is the default name for the primary network interface. It represents the highest priority host in a multicast group. It is associated with a numeric loopback address for internal testing.
Yes, that's it. VLSM is great for great IP allocation instead of wasting IPs. Yes, you are correct. It can waste IPs, but it's way harder to waste IPs.
What allows a network designer to allocate ranges of Internet Protocol IP addresses to subnets that match the predicted need for the number of subnets and hosts per subnet?
All right, boys. Hey, we did pretty good. I'm not going to lie. We are going to take a practice test. So let's look here. This is how I did on my last practice test. I made an 85. And we're going to go pretty fast with it because we only have an hour and 30 minutes to take the test. So we got to go pretty quick. Yeah, so let's retake practice test. And just so that way we don't have any of the other crap. Let's do it. And I take tests really weird. I don't answer all the questions like 1 through 87. I do them in like different chunks. Okay. these performance-based questions. Let's see what's going on. You are a network technician working for a local internet service provider. Your daily task entails setting up wireless access points for clients. You're assisting a customer for a tool and die marker facility or faculty and setting up their wireless. Okay, you're just trying to set up their network. Okay. Your task is to configure the consumer's wireless local area network WAN in infrastructure mode. You will use several wireless access points APs grouped into the extended service set ESS connected to a wired Ethernet distribution system DS. The customer gave you one restriction. The access point is incapable of dynamic function selection, DFS. Wow, I have never had this question before. Tasks based on consumer requirements. You will use 5 APs to allow client devices to roam within the extended service area. APs will share extended service set IDs, ESSID, toolmaker net. IP configuration setting must consider obstacles such as walls and the configuration of neighbors' IPs. Avoid adjacent channels interference. Okay, we got a lot of things going on here. So, toolmaker net is what it is. Okay, make sure that I did that right. Toolmaker net. Oh, period. Okay, so here's our lobby. Here's our office. So we got some bleed over. Fading signal. So the lobby channel should be on 1. Just say 1. The office channel should be on 7. If it's on 3, there's going to be a little bit. Well, no. This is the strong signal. This is signal fading. So it can be on 3 and it'll be fine. It'll overlap a little bit. Hint, DFS is referring to 802.11h. Ooh, I did not know that. I saw that and I was like, crap, I do not know what this is. The machine shop 2. Oh, no. Machine shop 1 is up here. We can't have it be that. This needs to be 11. So that way this can be 5. And the machine shop 2 can be 1. And then honestly, the warehouse doesn't really matter. I mean, it does because it's fading. It's overlapping a little bit, but it should be fine. And I would think that overlapping channels of some kind when it's already fading shouldn't be that big of a deal. What really matters is where the signal is strong, like areas like this. We don't want it to overlap there. Okay. Select an individual roaming aggravationist setting for clients in an isolated setting like the warehouse. I'm not gonna lie, boys, I don't know what this is. Okay, we're gonna move on and we'll just flag it. We'll study it when we come back. Okay, this one's gotten me in the past. Let's see what we can do with it. A system engineer, you manage the network and server infrastructure. You set up, vary, and maintain your company's domain name or domain name server DNS records. Your task is to set up a mail server, and the internet protocol address is 192.168.2.10. Domain plus server mail.plus.com. Here is the IPv6, and here's the DNS server. Okay, let's see here. So this is a quadruple A. We'll come back to that, but the value of this has to be the IPv6. Just make sure that I didn't put the MAC address. There it is. Okay, so that's it. All right, so there's that. It was, the domain was plus.com and then mail plus. I think that's it. Okay, so we have the A record. I think it's MX. Mail.plus.com. Let's see here. So verify. So this is going to be verify that the DNS has the proper MX record and separated machine. So we're going to do DNS or NS lookup. And then we're going to do MX. And then we're going to do mail.plus.com. Because that was the DNS server. Yes. Okay, I feel good about that. Yeah, MX record specifies as your mail server. Yes. I just get MX in a conical name mixed up sometimes. Okay, I feel confident about that one. Please be an easy one. Okay. I've had this one before, and I've botched it before. So you're a junior network engineer with a medium-sized construction firm. They have multiple subnets and segregate traffic and only allow access between specific subnets. All subnets should be able to access the internet. You are troubleshooting communication issues in your company's network devices. Or network. Devices on the network can communicate with other... Okay, so devices on the subnet can communicate with their subnets. Okay, with their subnets. But they're encountering obstacles when trying to communicate with other subnets. Well, that makes total sense. Okay. To help resolve the issue, you want to determine which devices are likely causing the problems and thus require inspection first. So here's our considerations. Subnet B, which is this right here, the little server rack, should be able to access subnet A and cannot, but it can access the internet. Subnet C is able to access the internet, or should be able to access the internet, but none of them are able to. Subnet C also has a few hosts with no network connectivity at all. So we need to check on these devices because we have some devices in Subnet C that don't have any network settings at all. And then we have some that can't connect to the network. So that means that we also need to check that wireless point. Subnet B cannot contact Subnet A. Subnet B devices need to be checked. We also need to inspect the firewall because we had... But it can't access the internet. And we have Subnet C should be able to access the internet, but none of them are able to. So that means the problem could either be their configuration, it could be the setup of the wireless access point, or it could be the firewall. Could also be the router. But I don't think so. Because if it was... No. Something tells me that's not the router. I can't rationalize it, but something's telling me it's not the router. We're going to move on. All right, here we go.
Which of the following best describes the primary purpose of a lessons learned session?
Ooh, lesson learned session. These are my favorite. Okay, to review project outcomes of both positive and negative to identify improvements for the future. Next. Dang it, dude. What is going on? Why am I having such a hard time?
A security engineer is setting up anomaly detection for suspiciously large file transfers. Which of the following ports should they use to set up their alert?
Oh, crap. Which port? I can access the internet, so it shouldn't be the router. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I'm taking a shot in the dark. I suck at ports. I really, really do. I don't know why I'm saying 1433. We'll just see.
A wiring professional terminates the ends of some coaxial cables. Which one of these connectors can the professional use?
An F-type. That's fiber. This is fiber. And then that is... RJ11 is actually a phone. RJ45 is Ethernet.
A network engineer received a help ticket that people cannot connect to the printer. After researching the issue, the printer is properly wired, as are the workstations. However, the network was misconfigured, leading to the printer being tagged incorrectly. What is the most likely cause of the issue?
Tagged incorrectly means that it had the incorrect VLAN.
An administrator normally working on a remote server using Remote Desktop Protocol (RDP) loses the session abruptly. The administrator pings the server and does not receive a reply. An RDP session is attempted again, and the administrator can log in. Why was the administrator unable to ping the server?
An administrator normally working on a remote server using Remote Desktop Protocol loses the session abruptly. The administrator pings the server and it does not receive a reply. An RDP session is attempting again. The administrator can log in, Why was the administrator unable to ping the server? The IP traffic was encrypted. The IP traffic was not tunneled. ICMP traffic was blocked. TCP traffic was blocked. It's one of these two. Let's see here. No, we're going to go... Well, doesn't RDP, Remote Desktop Protocol, doesn't that run on UDP? There's no way it runs on TCP. It's got to be this one. That's what I'm going with.
A help desk technician is trying to see if a user is receiving an IPv6 link local address. Which of the following performs this task for IPv6?
Well, it's not a poppy. The help desk technician is trying to see if a user is receiving. That's virtual IP. That's not what it is. This EUI64 is allowing IPv4 to communicate through IPv6. So it's got to be Slack. Next. Man, dude, I gotta loosen up. I'm like super tense.
What steps should you take first when troubleshooting overheating issues with network devices? Select 2.
Install additional RAM. That's what it is, boys. Okay, hey, look. This is it. I know I'm timed, but this is totally worth the bit. Download more RAM. There it is. You want all the RAM you want? You can just download it for free. Look, let's get 32 bits, 32 gigs. Let's download it. It's taking a little bit because I don't have enough RAM. Okay. There we go. We're good to go now. We got more RAM. Okay, I know I'm timed, but that was worth. Okay, anyway, it is definitely not this one. Ensure good airflow around it. Okay, that could be troubleshooting overheating. Keep the device away from the sunlight. Change the IP address. Yeah, no, it is definitely those.
After a site survey, the network technician finds that the single wireless 2.4 GHz GHZ's access point AP in a large office floor space does not have a strong enough signal and is contending a significant amount of background noise and interference. What will these findings most likely limit on the AP's wireless signal?
They will cause an overlap in no. They will cause connections. Oh, hold on. After a site survey, the network technician finds that the signal wireless 2.4 GHz access point in a large office space does not have a strong enough signal and is contending with significant ones. So, and is contending with significant amount of background noise and interference. What will these findings most likely limit the AP signal? What will these findings most likely limit on the AP's wireless signal? It will cause absorption of the signal. It will limit the signal's range. That's it.
A security analyst from a major company approaches a systems administrator wanting to set up fake servers so that they can study activity that should not be happening and look for other signs of that activity in their environment. Which of the following are they trying to set up?
Okay, I feel good about it.
A network administrator has identified a network misconfiguration on a host and has prepared a plan to resolve it. After implementing the solution, what course of action should the administrator take next?
Document the outcomes. That's the last thing that you do.
A systems administrator wants to set up IPv4 forwarding for the purposes of load balancing and failover. Which of the following should they use?
Anycast. Multicast means that we're going to multiple people, and any of these multiple people. Unicast is 1-to-1. Broadcast is all of it. That's the 255.
What is the difference between tailgating and piggybacking in the context of social engineering attacks?
Piggybacking is with consent. Involves direct interaction, while tailgating does not. There's no difference. Tailgating is with permission, while piggybacking is without. Tailgating is done without permission, while piggybacking is with. Yeah, it's like the honeypot, man. Okay, we're doing good. We're doing good.
Why are permanent cables run through conduit in a fiber optic cabling installation? Why are permanent cables run through conduit in a fiber optic cabling installation?
To protect cables from physical damage and environment. No, check functionality. Check functionality of which one? This one?
A network administrator has identified a network misconfiguration on a host and has prepared a plan to resolve it. After implementing the solution,
You're right.
What course of action should the administrator take next?
I would have got this wrong because my brain immediately went to it, and then I didn't read the answer choices. I just looked for what I thought was the right answer instead of reading all of the answer choices. Good catch. Remember, even if you feel extremely confident in the answer, you should always read all of the answer choices. That's just strong test taking skills. So let's do the same thing with this.
To increase the data transmission speed of the fiber optic cables.
Nope.
To facilitate the conversion of optical signals to electrical signals.
Nope.
To protect the cables from physical damage and environmental factors. To allow for easy color coding and identification of cables.
Okay.
When an internet customer wants to set up a small home office SOHO network, What are the main concerns with using a pre-shared key PSK wireless local area network WLAN authentication to encrypt communications? Select 3.
Ooh, okay, I don't do this a lot. Distribute the keys or passphrases cannot be secure. I'm not sure. A pre-shared key is difficult to set up in general. No, that is not it at all. I know for a fact that this is extremely easy. So by default, that makes me want to do this, but let's continue reading. Periodically change the key is difficult. Yes. Now, periodically changing the key can be difficult because if you change the pre-shared key, like the thing, then it kind of screws up a bunch of stuff. Fails to provide accounting. Yes, because it's hard to account where the keys get distributed to, which means that distribution of the key or passphrase cannot be secured. That these two are basically the same, which means that these two, the difference is that it's not difficult to set up, but once it's set up, it's difficult to change. All right, feel good about it.
A new network device handles local printing traffic by analyzing media access control MAC addresses. Which of the following is most likely the new device?
Yes, correct. You can cause people to get knocked off, which can cause some issues later. One of the network devices handles local print traffic by analyzing media access control, the MAC address. Which of the following most likely is the new device? It's a switch. Okay. Hub is legacy. Router deals with IP network, and bridge is something totally different. Okay. Bridge is hard to define because it means two different things.
A network technician is tasked with determining the site technological capabilities of each building in the organization. When looking at the current building, the technician confirms that the building has all necessary operational equipment and that all live datasets are up to date. What type of site is described by this scenario?
Okay, so there's 4 different types of sites. There's actually 5. There's a hybrid, there's a cloud, which is hybrids, like where you kind of do both. One's on site, one's on the like virtual. The cloud is totally virtual. We have cold, where the warehouse has nothing. There's no equipment and it's not set up. Warm is where there's equipment, but it's not set up. And then we have hot, where the equipment is set up and or that it's in there and it's set up. So we're looking at the current building. The technician confirms that the building has all necessary operation equipment and that all live data are set up and up to date. So this is a hot site.
What causes congestion on a network?
Network inability to meet peak load demands. Increase in network security protocols? No. I mean, maybe that slows things down, but it's not going to cause congestion like that. A decrease in network usage. That's literally the exact opposites. And the use of quality of service mechanisms. No. Hot site is ready to roll. Warm site needs some work to roll. Cold site basically just having a location and nothing in it. Yeah, I like to think that my future is cold because I got a dream but nothing's built. Oh my God, it's already been an hour. We got to get going.
An administrator is planning for disaster recovery. The owner specifies that if the systems are down for longer than 48 hours in any given situation, the business would not be able to recover financially. What disaster recovery metric does this scenario represent?
So that's going to be RTO, recovery time something, but recovery time objective maybe. That is how long it's going, this is how long you can be offline before the point of no return. RPO is the save point. It's how much data you're willing to lose. So if I saved everything at 5 p.m., it's 5:30, we lose power. I only lost 30 minutes of data. So it's going to be RTO. Okay, let's go to number 60.
What does zero-touch provisioning ZTP in the context of SDN refer to?
Zero touch means that it's going to be totally automatic. There's not going to be any manual. No. Disable network configuration capabilities? No. Physical? No. It's going to be automatic. Okay. Automatic network configuration. Okay. What type of domain name system records holds information such as this. Triple A or quadruple A is a IPv6, but is this IPv6 or is this a MAC address? I don't see any letters. This is not an IPv6. I see no letters. I mean, I guess there could be an IPv6 with no letters. I guess that is possible. I think it's quad A. I'm going to flag it because I don't remember what SRV is. And if I flag it, it'll make me go back and review it.
When an Ethernet Cat5 or Cat6 cable has individual wires crimped to the wrong spot, what is the term for this?
It is going to be an incorrect pinout. Straight through is when it's two different devices that are different. Switch to router. Crossover is like devices, router to router or switch to switch. Duplex is how they talk.
Which of the following are components of the 18-byte header in a standard Ethernet frame? Select 3.
Ooh. Which of the following are components of the 18-bit or 18-byte header? I'm not gonna lie, like of an Ethernet frame. Oh, I did this in the lab yesterday. What was in the Ethernet frame? The Ethernet frame had it did not have the payload. Had the destination MAC address, the source MAC address, and the Ethernet type. Yes, because I did this in a lab yesterday with Wireshark. I'm fairly certain that's correct. If nothing else, I have 2 of them that are correct. Okay.
A user is having trouble connecting to the company's Wi-Fi network. The user has verified that the password is correct and the network is available. What is the most likely issue with the device not connecting?
Okay, the user is having trouble connecting to the company's Wi-Fi network. The user has verified that the password is correct and that the network is available. What is most likely issue of the device not connecting? No. Captive protocol. No. The AAA, the authentication, authorization, and something else. That's what's going to be. We'll flag it because I get confused with AAA, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Network administrators are concerned that social engineering tactics may allow external threat actors to retrieve confidential user information to access the network. When combined with spoofing techniques, what type of attack can persuade or trick users into interacting with a malicious resource disguised as a trusted one?
Okay, so shoulder sniffing, no, you do that when you just literally look over somebody. Oh, accounting. Okay, that makes sense. Tailgating is when they follow behind you. Maybe you know, maybe you don't know. Phishing is an email. Piggybacking is like the honeypot. It doesn't have to be a honeypot, but it's where that they've gained your trust and you bring them in on something. So what it combines spoofing techniques, what type of attack can be persuaded to trick users to intrinsically with malicious resources designed as a trusted one? Phishing.
Which of the following domain name system DNS records can identify a record that is providing a network service or protocol?
It's either text or point. No, point is something with DNS. Is it reverse? No, it's not. The TXT is like in anything. Like you can just put anything into it in any last minute. I don't want to say last minute, but like it's kind of like a catch-all. Records can identify a record that is proving a network service protocol. So pointer is for reverse lookup. I'm going to go with the TXT. That's what I'm going to say.
A network port does not seem to be working properly. Which of the following tools can you use to test if the port is sending out data?
A network port does not seem to be working properly. Which of the following tools can you use to test if the port is sending out data? Loopback plug, right? I mean, crimper, that's for the wire. OTDR, I think that's a transport protocol. Patch cable? No, I'm pretty sure this is it. I'm gonna flag it just to be safe. I would say SRV. Tex has info on the DKIM and the SPF. Mail stuff used a lot. Well, I'm gonna stick with it. You're probably right, but I don't want to go back on what my original hunch was. I want to have a true score.
A criminal creates a phishing scheme to trick a user into clicking a malicious link. As a result, the user is no longer able to access their work files. A pop-up message on the computer states that without paying a fee, the files are lost forever. Which attack type has the criminal executed on the user's files?
Crypto malware or ransomware. I actually have an idea that if I become a big streamer, I'm going to create crypto malware, and I'm just going to put it on my stream, and I'm going to say, hey, look, if you want to help me mine crypto, you can download it, and you can just have it run in the background. If you don't want to help me mine crypto, then like that's fine. So you like either donate to me or install my malware onto your cell phone, so that way I can use your machine to mine crypto. Choice is yours. Choice is yours. You know, I'll be up front with it. You like cigarettes, you know? Like, hey, we cause cancer, but, you know, whatever. Anyway, so crypto malware, ransomware, spyware. No, it's definitely ransomware and malware, because a pop-up message on the computer states that without paying a fee, it's going to be this.
A firewall configuration handles threat management with an active approach. Which feature operates this way?
A firewall configuration handles threat management with an active approach. Oh, IPS. We just did this. I don't remember what the P stands for, but the D stands for detect. Pursue. Yes, that's what it is. It's this one. Excellent. Look, the review worked.
An attacker drives around town with a wireless laptop, scanning for unsecure wireless local area networks ones. Which of the following is an encryption scheme that is least vulnerable to this type of attack?
Oh, WPA2. Not WPA. Wait, no. Yes. Not wired equivalent. No, it's WPA2. Preventative system. There it is.
A network technician is installing sensors to measure environmental conditions in an equipment closet. A sensor is attached to the fire suppression system. What will this sensor detect?
I remember this question. It's flooding. You would think that it would be temperature because it's connected to the fire suppression system, but and I had to do a little bit of research on this. They also put in a whole bunch of other sensors with the fire suppression system, like flooding, because like a pipe could burst, it could be raining really hard, all different types of stuff. It's flooding. Is it WPA or WEP that is never supported, supposed to be used? The wireless, wired equivalent. So WEP is never supposed to be used. That was the very first thing. And the reason it's called wired equivalent is because they were trying to showcase that that this wireless protection protocol was just as strong and just as secure as a wired connection, but it was not.
A help desk technician is helping a user attempt to connect to the network, but the user keeps receiving a 169 address. What type of addressing is being used for the user's device?
Link local.
A network specialist wants to use a widely accepted dial-in user service that allows access over switches, wireless networks, and virtual private networks. What dial-in user service would meet the needs of the specialist and organization?
Okay, so it's either TACAX Plus or Radius. I'm pretty sure it's Radius because TACAX Plus can do way more than this, and it's also a little proprietary. It's a Cisco thing, but it does work with like open source stuff. But the point is that TACAX Plus also does if things are up or down. So it's Radius.
A network consultant is doing IT contingency planning and is trying to identify likely points of failure for the network. Which of the following would the consultant identify as single points of failure in need of upgrades for added redundancy?
All right, let's
Select
do it.
2. CompTIA
No, I want these, damn it. Okay, there's a lack of load balancing devices. That's got to be one. The question was wisely accepted. The question says widely accepted. Oh, okay. Not sure what that was for. Anyway. There was a lack of load balance device, backup shower generators on site. If it's on site, then that's good. The main server is set up to fallback options. No, there is a single power supply for a critical server. That is correct. So these are two points of failure.
Which step of the CompTIA network plus troubleshooting methodology involves gathering information and identifying symptoms?
Oh, the question said widely accepted. Okay. For the WPA. Okay. I understand what your comment was now. Which step of the CompTIA network troubleshooting methodology involves gathering information and identifying symptoms? 1. Because you have to identify the problem.
A user gets shocked and the computer turns off. The system administrator notices scorching on the power port of the laptop and questions the user about the power source. The user admits to using a personal power supply for the work computer. What hazard did the user introduce to the system?
An electrical one. That's dumb. I have this awesome electrical thing that I'm going to connect to this other electrical thing.
What is the primary goal of infrastructure as code?
Infrastructure as code.
To manually configure networks and systems, to reduce the cost of cloud services, to increase the physical security of data centers, to eliminate snowflake systems.
To eliminate snowflake systems. I remember this. I had to research what snowflake systems are. Snowflake systems are not like they're not Karens. They're not people who have like purple hair or anything like that. They are systems that were uniquely created for individual problems, and they are unique to only that one thing, which means that they can only be applied to that one thing. They're not universal. They don't do more than one thing. That also means that they break. So example of this is I wrote my own code in Google Doc in order to do a very specific thing, and it only works on this one doc. It doesn't work across all of my other Google things. It's too unique. Snowflake, not in terms of that it's weak, but in terms of that it's unique. Okay? All right, cool. Thanks for everyone who's joined into the stream. Like, subscribe, all the things. We are powering through this test.
Which of the following scenarios best illustrates the use of PAT?
Best illustrates the use of PAT. Let's go.
A home user assigns static IP addresses to gaming consoles for online play. An organization uses multiple public IP addresses to host different services on the internet. A small business with a single public IP address allows multiple employees to access the internet simultaneously. A company with a large block of public IP addresses assigns one to each employee's device.
So this one's NAT, like just plain at NAT. This one is PAT, because it's one single public IP, and it's allowing multiple employees to access the WAN simultaneously. All right, next.
How do SCADA systems typically communicate with field devices? Through postal services, via personal messengers, through local area networks only, using WAN communications.
Man, I don't remember. It's definitely not through postal services. That's stupid. Via personal message, VPN. I'm going to say through local area networks only. I could be wrong. I don't know. We're gonna move on. We're gonna come back and look at that one. Wow, man, I got a lot of viewers. Thank you guys for coming into the stream. Like, subscribe, and thanks for being here.
A company technical support representative troubleshoots a wireless network. Users state that the wireless signal barely spans across a large auditorium. According to the owner's manual, the signal should go beyond the current space. Which of the following wireless properties is likely causing the signal problem?
So it's not frequency mismatch. That's like 2.4 device trying to connect to like a 5G like signal. Like it's mismatched. It's not working well. Could be an incorrect antenna. Incorrect antenna placement could also be that. It's probably not interference. So a company technical support representative troubleshoots a wireless network. User states that the wireless signal barely spans across the auditorium. According to the owner manual, the signal should go beyond its current space. I'm going to say that it's probably incorrect antenna placement. Why would be a incorrect antenna a type if it's it's probably all one thing? You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't buy a router, a wireless network, and then get an antenna separately. I mean, I guess you could, but that's not normally how it goes. We'll flag it so that we can go back and review it.
How does CIDR use bits in network addressing?
It seems right here. Yeah. So how does CIDR use bits in network addressing?
By exclusively using bits for private addressing. By using bits normally assigned to the network ID to mask subnet complexity.
Yes.
By allocating all bits to the host portion. By assigning bits randomly to balance load across networks.
So you think A seems correct on this one? It's a different incorrect antenna type. I guess we'll find out. It's definitely to mask the subnet complexity.
A data center technician needs to secure the cryptographic keys under lock and key to ensure that insider threats do not have access to take them from the building. Which of the following security measures is the most logical way to achieve this? Access control vestibule, previously known as a man-trap, locking cabinets, smart lockers, locking racks.
Okay, a data center technician needs to secure the cryptographic keys under lock and key to ensure that the insider threats do not have access to take them from the building. So it's not going to be a vestibule. That's like the fish bowls that are at, like, when you go into a school nowadays, there's always like a holding area. Locker cabinets, maybe. Locking racks, no. Locking racks is like a rack that has glass and then it has like a little lock on it. It's actually really not secure and it has horrible airflow. Smart lockers. I'm going to say locking cabinets, but it could be smart lockers. Whoa, what happened here? Okay, the CIDR bits in network addressing, it's used normally assigned the network ID mask subnet to the complexity of it. Yes. Man, I gotta hustle.
Organizations must have mechanisms to detect and suppress fires. Which of the following are fire suppression systems an organization may need to implement? Select 2.
Fire extinguishers and sprinkler systems. What are we talking about here? Cold side has nothing to do with this. That has to do with like redundancy and like plans for things to go down and generators power.
A network technician is natting and supernetting a Class B private address for their network. Which range should the technician use?
Okay. 10 is A. That's a poppy. That's Class C. This is Class B.
During a video conference, participants experience sudden drops in video quality and occasional freezes. Which of the following metrics should be closely monitored to diagnose the issue?
It's going to be latency and jitter. Bandwidth is the misdirect. CPU usage and conferencing servers could be a thing, but it's going to be the latency and jittery because it's going to be under VoIP. Number of connector users, sure, maybe, possibly, but it's going to be latency and jitter. That's what you're going to monitor.
A small business wants to make its website public. 2 physical servers that host the website have load balancing configured. Each server has its own Internet Protocol IP address. Having only one public IP address from the Internet Service Provider ISP, what might a network administrator set up so the company's website can interface with public users?
A PAT. I don't think it's port forwarding. It's not going to be a static. It's not going to be static NAT, and it's not going to be IPv6 tunneling. I'm pretty sure that it's going to be PAT.
A tech configures a medium-sized business to utilize an ad hoc approach when connecting wireless devices. These devices allow connections to and from each other. Which of the following applies to an ad hoc topology?
Not going to be basic service set, not extended. We haven't extended anything. It's going to be independent because ad hoc is off it. Roam. No, it's not that. All right, here we go. Let's go back to, we'll go to 22.
What kind of traffic is referred to as north-south in a data center?
North-south traffic is traffic from internal email communication? No. North-south traffic is when you have like clients that are trying to talk to like the servers or things like that. So traffic between servers and the data center? No. Clients and the data center. Traffic exclusively within the server management team? No.
What is the most likely cause of a network experiencing continual bottlenecks?
Seasonal, that's not continual. Occasional is not continual. Scheduled is not continual, especially when it's at night. Device-related issue.
What is a learned route in the context of dynamic routing protocols?
Oh, man.
A route manually configured by a network administrator. A route that is never updated once set. A route that is hard-coded into the router's firmware. A route that was communicated to a router by another router.
I'm going to say a route manually configured by the network administrator. That's the only one that makes the most sense. I'll flag it because I've never had a question like that before.
A user submits a help ticket indicating that they only have 1 bar of signal at their desk. What issue is the user having in regard to wireless access?
Distance. Because he's at his desk. He didn't say that he was in the center of the room. He's at his desk. So it's distance.
A security analyst is setting up detections to look for unauthorized domain transfers from their external-facing DNS servers. Which of the following ports should they monitor?
Okay, UDP 53 or TCP 53? It's going to be these two. I can't remember. I think TCP transfers it. Hey, look at that. I've reached 100 messages today on Restream Chat. Thanks, Cyber Roundup Podcast. I'll have to check out your podcast. Manual equals static. That makes sense. Automatic equals dynamic. You think it's UDP 53? There's a lot of discrepancies that I found when researching UDP TCP port 53. We'll flag it.
You are a network administrator tasked with configuring a mixed environment of Cisco and non-Cisco devices to ensure that all devices can discover information about each other. You need to choose a discovery protocol that will work across all devices in your network. Which protocol should you configure on all devices?
I totally understand how that podcast stuff goes. I had a teaching podcast. I'm actually a high school teacher. I had a teaching podcast, well, kind of a long time ago now, called the Teach Bigger Podcast, where I talked about how to teach better. We had like, I don't know, 4 or 5 seasons. This one, man, Simple Network Management Protocol. The IEEE Link Layer Discovery Protocol. I'm not doubting you, but I don't know, because I don't remember learning this. Maybe I did. I know for a fact that it's not this one, and I know for a fact that it's not this one. So I'm gonna guess, because if this was the real test, like, I wouldn't know.
Which tool is another non-graphic useful packet capture and analysis tool alongside TCP dump?
Not a Wireshark. Wireshark's not a command. What is another non-graphic useful packet capture? I think it's Netcat.
A new office floor uses high-gloss, shiny tile on the walls and on the building's inside pillars. Employees are reporting connectivity issues and slow download speeds. Which of the following is the most likely reason for the reported issues?
I figured that it was proprietary, but since it said it had some Cisco devices and some not, I figured it was a safe bet. But that's my fear of it being wrong. If it's wrong, it's because it's 100% proprietary. This one, we have shiny and we have gloss tiles. This is going to be reflection on the walls. It's not going to be absorption, because it's not being absorbed by the walls. And it's not going to be refracting. That's going to be like it went through it like a window or something like that. It's important to note that everything in the universe is made out of waves. Like, just like how a plane flies, if it goes over the desert, that heat that comes off, it like gives it turbulence.
A security analyst is looking at multiple packets from the same packet group. Which of the following fields corresponds to a conversation where it is broken apart due to the MTU size?
Which of the following fields correspond? It's either the header or the checksum. No. The sequence number. Yeah, we're going to go with that. We're almost done.
What allows fine-grained control over traffic parameters?
Quality of service. That's easy. Easy money. All right, let's go to 50.
A basic firewall operates at layer 3 and commonly enforces which of the network security settings or features?
A basic firewall operates at layer 3 and commonly enforces which of the following security setting features? Role-based access priority, guest control, access control list. I'm going to say access control list. Refraction is almost bending light, isn't it? Refracting it. Yes, refracting means that it bent. It went somewhere else. So like if you shine a light through like a pyramid, and it like comes out and it's all like in different things, whatever. It bent the light. Not sure how else to describe it. I just think of a straw in a cup of water. Yeah, that's perfect example, honestly. Okay, we're gonna flag this one.
A network architect is looking for a method process component that would help secure the network by not allowing unknown devices to forward packets. By ensuring that MAC addresses are becoming matched, what is assisting in protecting the network?
It's not CD, that's collision detection. That's for collision detection. That's for a hub, not duplex. That's how we talk. Flow control or port security. I'm going to go with port security because ports deal with MAC addresses. I'll flag it to make sure that, to see if it's going to be what the flow control is.
What is the major advantage of active-passive configurations in high availability clusters?
Ooh, what is the major advantage of of active passive configuration?
They allow for unlimited scalability. They eliminate the need for a virtual IP. They are less expensive than active configurations. Performance is not adversely affected during failover.
I don't know. I have no idea. An active passive configuration? Oh, yes. That means if they're both passive, then they don't do anything. Active passive means that one takes the lead. So they limit the need for virtual IPs, I think. They are less expensive than active. Performance is not... it's the last one. Performance is not... during failover? That makes sense.
A network administrator is unable to access files on a remote system. A network firewall seems to be blocking traffic from passing through. Which of the following will the administrator most likely need to reconfigure for inbound and outbound traffic? Select 2.
So it's going to be trivial file transport. One is active, other is on standby failover protection. Okay, that makes sense. The network administrator is unable to access files on a remote system. A network firewall system is blocking traffic from passing through. Which of the following will the administrator most likely need to reconfigure for inbound and outbound traffic? He's going to need to reconfigure the transfer protocol and then TCP port 20. Wait, isn't that SSH? I don't know why I think it's I don't know. I suck at ports so much. That's when you use a virtual IP, no? So the passive device kicks on and uses... Oh, you're right. That is why you use the virtual IP. The same address as the one that went offline. Yes.
A network engineer attempts to determine if they are permitted or prohibited from installing non-store apps onto a company device. Additionally, the engineer wants to understand if rooting jailbreaking is permitted. What policy would the network engineer review?
Hey, thanks company overlords for giving me this company phone. Hey, is it cool if I root it or jailbreak it so that way I can like illegally download things and sideload things? Port 20 is for file transfer. So then what port is SSH and Telnet? I thought it was 20 and 21. Or no, it's 23 and 22. Okay. Let's see here. A network engineer attempts to determine if they are permitted or acceptable use policy. What is I even thinking? That's the memorandum. I always say it wrong. NDA, onboarding. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
A systems administrator is setting up communications for sending content to other hosts that have identified themselves as interested in receiving the originating host's content. Which of the following methods should the administrator use?
Okay, multicasting. Yeah, that's what I thought. 22 is SSH and 23 is Telnet. No, nothing but net. I like that.
A systems administrator is trying to convert a MAC address so that it can be addressed by IPv6. Which of the following should they use?
It's not I/G. I don't even know what that is. Not virtual IP address. It's not a POPI. It's going to be EUI because it uses the MAC address with a certain type of... It has got a formula to turn it into an IPv6 so that way IPv4 can communicate through IPv6. Some security issues there with MAC spoofing, but we'll talk about that later.
A network technician is tasked with ensuring critical infrastructure is protected. Part of the assessment involves identifying critical systems and assets that support these functions. What is the name of this assessment?
Network technician is tasked with ensuring critical infrastructure is protected. Part of this assessment involves identifying critical systems and assets that support the functions. What is the name of the assessment? Process assessment? I don't know. I'm guessing with this one. I don't know. We'll flag it. We'll come back to it.
A licensed wiring professional runs Cat6 a cable in lengths under 55 meters in an office building. What specification of cabling does the professional install?
10 gigabyte. Cat6 is 10 gigabyte. This is fiber. 100 base is Cat5. 1000 base is 1 gig. That's Cat5 or Cat5e, depending on who you talk to. Those liars at the internet company.
A Windows server has recently been remotely joined to the domain by a network admin and is now known as ismarketing01.redwood.local. When pinging the server using its fully qualified domain name FQDN, the reply fails. When trying to remote access the server using the same FQDN, the session does not connect. Applying a divide and conquer approach, where would a network admin most likely begin to resolve this issue?
I would start in layer 3 because it's for IP issues. I would say security event management system because it records events or has event timestamps along those lines. It's a good idea. This, I'm assuming, is layer 3. So when pinging the server, it doesn't work. When trying to remote access, it doesn't work. I would start with that it's an IP issue. I want to flag it because I want to see that it's not a port issue. Okay, cool. Let's go to 40.
A network engineer has installed a new switch. What should the engineer check to troubleshoot the trunk port connected to the corporate network?
Link state. I didn't realize Nightbot said that so often.
After an employee in the Human Resources HR department opens an email, the employee's computer becomes unresponsive. The network technician checks the network to verify that there is nothing abnormal about the network's bandwidth. Since the network is not acting abnormally, what resources are likely being attacked on the employee's computer?
Since the network's not acting abnormally, it's not going to be jitter and it's not going to be latency. It's got to be memory and CPU. Memory is RAM. So that's what it's saying. It's saying that it's the computer. And honestly, the problem's probably between the chair and the keyboard.
A traveling consultant has brought his old laptop to the help desk to trade it for an updated device. The consultant has customized a lot of the device's settings and installed a lot of his favorite software on his old computer, but the help desk intends to recycle the old laptop for use by other employees. What does the help desk need to do to get rid of any custom configurations and software on the old laptop?
Factory reset.
Upon reviewing the inclement weather plan for Company A, the network engineer wants to purchase standby power supplies that can run on diesel or propane. What could the engineer purchase to fulfill this requirement?
Generator.
What happens if both sides of a link aggregation are set to passive mode?
No bond channel is created. Yeah, and it's even good practice to wipe it a few times because it'll leave an image.
A security administrator is investigating recent logins to a server that has been compromised. Which log should the administrator view to check recent logins?
Recent logins. Syslog or audit log. It's not going to be ORDs or traffic logs. One of these, whether syslog or audit log, one is a log of all changes and one is a log of like personnel who have logged on. I think it's audit log. You think it's syslog? I guess we'll find out.
Mobile users in an organization complain about limited functionality in a company's headquarters. The IT staff decide to extend mobile access capabilities by widening the current wireless network. When evaluating the expansion configuration, a wireless access point media access control MAC address relates to which of the following options?
An extended service set, I believe.
A company plans a network run to a warehouse behind its main office building. Distance is short, and to save money, the IT engineer suggests using a specific type of fiber cabling. Which cable type would the engineer most likely recommend implementing based on the given criteria?
When we have fiber and we're trying to be short distance and save money, it's going to be multi-mode. Never mind audit log. Okay, well, I hope I'm right. I feel like I'm doing pretty good.
An attacker creates a rogue access point AP with the same service set identifier SSID as a legitimate one, and then uses a denial of service deuce technique to overcome the legitimate AP. Users are forced to disconnect from the network and reassociate with the attacker's AP. What is the goal of the attacker when setting up this kind of evil twin attack? Select 2.
Deauthenticate client connection, snoop on connection to the web server, to steal users' network credentials. Oh, that could also be a thing. To create an encryption protocol mismatch. No. To snoop on connections with web servers. You're not snooping. No, it probably is snooping. Deauthenticate client connections. He's trying to steal stuff.
What step of the CompTIA network plus troubleshooting methodology can involve approaching multiple problems individually?
1. Two would be making a theory. But you can't make a theory if you haven't identified the problems. We're going to double check that. All right, here we go. Home stretch.
A network engineer is tasked with configuring a new network segment for the marketing department. The department requires its own VLAN 50 to segregate its traffic from the rest of the company. The network consists of a layer 3 switch and multiple layer 2 switches. The engineer decides to use an SVI for VLAN routing. Which of the following commands should the engineer use to configure the SVI for VLAN 50 on the layer 3 switch?
It's got to be this one, because that would be creating the VLAN, switch port mode, access VLAN. I'm not sure what that one is. Interface VLAN 50 IP address, and then this interface G1, which is the port, the physical port. Since that's the physical port, it can't be setting up an SVI. We're gonna flag it, even though I'm confident. We're going to make it.
The CEO of an organization informs IT that email is not working. Upon investigating the problem, an engineer discovers that the company's domain name system records are missing on a company-owned internal DNS server. Which record should the engineer fix to solve the email issue?
CEO of an organization informs IT that email is not working. Upon investigating the problem, the engineer discovers that the company's domain name system record are missing on the company's own internal DNS. It's got to be the MX, right? For mail. M is for mail. M-A-I-L, not M-A-L-E. Let's go back, because I get these two, the canonical name and mail, MX mixed up.
What is the first step in diagnosing VLAN assignment issues using ping?
First step in diagnosing VLAN assignment issues. Ping the loopback address, then the host's own IP address. Yeah, that sounds like the most like... ping the loopback address. Remote host server? No. Another host? No.
A network engineer monitors the network and follows information packets as they move through the network from hosts to endpoints. What is the engineer observing?
A network engineer monitors the network and follows information packets as they move through the network from host to endpoint. What is the engineer? Send and receive traffic? I'm pretty sure that's correct. I kind of went brain dead on that one for some reason.
Which of the following describes the default port numbers and purpose of Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, DHCP?
UDP TCP port 53, a service that maps names to IP addresses on TCP. Ooh.
UDP and TCP port 53, a service that maps names to IP addresses on most TCP IP networks. 1. TCP port 23, a terminal emulation software to support a remote connection.
No.
TCP port 3389, a protocol for operating remote GUI connections to a Windows machine. UDP ports 67 and 68, a protocol for automatically assigning IP address information.
Automatically assigning, that's what I was looking for. I can tell I'm getting to the end of it because like it's getting hard to focus critically.
A wireless AP access point, located on a table in the middle of a small office area, is not producing a strong enough signal for users on the outer perimeter for higher data rates. Which of the following options is the most likely reason for this issue?
Yeah, B's telnet. I knew that. That's why I immediately said it was ruled it out. So let's see here. The access point is located on the table in the middle of a small office area. So it's not placement. It's not wrong SSID. Placement strong is not producing a strong enough signal. It's either antenna type or frequency. I'm gonna say frequency. So the wireless access point located on the table, on a table in the middle of a small office area, is not producing a strong enough signal for users on the outer perimeter of the higher data rates. Which of the following options is most likely reason for this issue? Wrong antenna type or wrong frequency? Maybe wrong antenna type. Wrong frequency would be like 2.4 5G. We're gonna say wrong wrong antenna type.
Which of the following policies would best help if users want to secure their devices and online accounts against tampering or abuse, particularly against dictionary attacks?
Which of the following policies would best help if users wanted to secure their devices and online accounts against tampering or abuse, particularly against dictionary attacks? Avoid common passwords, disable unneeded switch ports, set up firewall access. I'm going to say common passwords because it says dictionary attacks.
Which of the following is a recommended security practice for in-band
Which of the following is recommended security practice for in-band management? No, not using HTTP. Using telnet for remote access. Avoid using VLANs. I think that's right. Okay, boys. This is it. That's all of it. I feel like I flagged more than I should have. But that's okay. That's okay. I'd rather go back and learn and make sure that I feel 100% confident. Let's see how we did. Yes, I want to submit this. I made it an 85 again. But it says that I made an 84. Why does it say... What? So I got 94 out of 111 points. 104 out of 122 points. Interesting. Interesting. Still good. I still feel good about going, even though it says I'm almost ready. It wants me to have a 90 in order for me to be quote-unquote ready. Let's look at some of the questions that I missed. Yeah, bro, I'm not going to lie. I had no idea what I was doing with this one. Yeah, that's the ones that I was going to review. And then we're going to go to the labs after this. So, let's... I should have taken a picture of it. It doesn't have the scenario. It doesn't give you the scenario again when you're reviewing it. So, all access points must broadcast the same SSID. A signals... yes, particularly when writing the distributing system. So then that's what I put. So then what was the correct answer then? SSID, all faculty areas. Okay, so lobby 1 and the office channel. So lobby here is channel 1. Office channel is 11. So that way they're not talking to each other. I take my exam tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, actually. You can avoid adjacent channel interference in ESS environments by keeping as much distance between channels for overlapping APs. More than 2 channels apart is a good practice, since the lobby AP overlaps with machine shops. The office system must all be more than 2 channels apart. Under many circumstances, any combinations are possible. However, wireless sources or other interference outside your control may sometimes limit the channel in any area. Thus, only specific channels availability for each service area in your system, in your example, and they must not cause interference to one another. Good luck, man. So they need to be at least 2 channels away. So does that mean that this is why I hate the PBQs when you go back to like, it doesn't explain things very well. So could I have put this as channel 5, because this was channel 1. This was channel 1. And then, wait, yeah. And the office channel's here. It needs to be at least 2 channels away. So this could have been 4 or 5. And it still would have worked. But since I did 11, it was more than good. Using the process of elimination, you can determine that Machine Shop 1 can only use channel 6 to prevent overlap. Okay, so it can only use channel 6, and that's why this had to use 11, because this is going to use 6, and that 6 is still 2 away from the lobby, and it's 2 away from this. And that Machine Shop 2 because the limitations that the lobby requirement is channel 1, the office requirement is channel 11 to avoid with its overlapping APs. I wish I could make it read to me, but it won't detect the text. Machine Shop 1 and 2 of the warehouse requires 6, 11. And 11 responsive respectively. Channel 11 works in this case of the warehouse, as the warehouse AP does not overlap with the office, with the lobby or office. Okay. Everything makes sense except for why I got this wrong. I don't understand why I got this wrong. I wish it gave me the actual answer. Because I put the period, because the period was in there. Tool maker net. All access points must broadcast the same SSID to a single extended service set, particularly when writing the distribution system. I don't know. I don't know why that's not like that. These other ones make sense. Selecting ideal roaming aggregationists. I can't read that word. I can't pronounce it for some reason. Setting for clients in a mixed setting, like the machine shop one. It doesn't do a good job of explaining why things are the way they are. I understand the channels way better, that's for sure, but I don't understand why I got this wrong, and I don't understand why I got that wrong. Let's look at the other one. I got 9 out of 11. Dang it. So A record, mail, IPv4, because that's what the A record is. The quadruple A is IPv6, but what is that's name? First, you would point the A record to IPv4, then the triple A record for IPv6, and finally set up the MX record to do that to that server. When setting up a mail server and the corresponding domain name server DNS records, you must point the domain to the server's internet protocol IP address. This may be different if you host a website at one place but the mail server at another. In this scenario, the server is a self-hosted web server. So then what should have the name have been? To test to see if it works, you would take NS lookup, specifying the MX record, the domain, and the DNS server to test the isolation. So how was it not this? Should it have been +7 or plus.com? Should this have been mail as well? Let's look at number 3. See, there's no way for me to like. I mean, I guess I could take a screenshot and throw it into Chatbot GPT, but there's even a chance that it might not be able to read it. I got all of these correct. Now, I do have questions with why is the router not being inspected? If subnet C, because subnet C didn't have connection to the internet at all. So I'm checking its devices and its wireless access point and the firewall. Because this is the only one that doesn't have access to the internet. So why wouldn't I check the router? Subnet C should be able to access the internet, but none are able to. The wireless access point may be misconfigured on, or the devices on the subnet C may be misconfigured. You should check the firewall, wireless access point, and device in subnet B and subnet C to ensure configuration is correct. But subnet B was able to access the internet. Port. Because the firewall is probably blocking traffic and not the router itself. Right. But the only thing that's blocking the traffic, the only subnet that cannot access the internet is subnet C. Which means that if this is misconfigured, because like the gateway, the gateway for subnet C is going to be this wireless access point. The gateway for the wireless access point is going to be the router, and then the router's got to go through the firewall. Like it's another hop. It's another thing that could be misconfigured because subnet B and subnet A both have access to the internet. So that means the routers can, at least for the most part, correct with these two. Why would I? The gateway is fine. Maybe the ACL is prohibiting traffic. Okay, I can see that. This is that port. I had no idea what it was.
A security engineer is setting up anomaly detection for suspiciously large file transfers. Which of the following ports should they use to set up their alert?
We're going to go through these kind of fast because I want to get to the
SMB
labs.
is more typically run directly over TCP port 445. SMB should be restricted to use only on local networks. It is also important that any traffic on the NetBIOS port ranges from 137 to 139.
Okay, ICMP traffic was blocked, not TCP traffic was blocked. This is because the remote desktop protocol loses it abruptly. Yeah, 145 is SMB. I'm just going to have to memorize that. ICMP is used for status messaging and connectivity for testing. Inbound rule, blocking ICMP traffic using a firewall will prevent a reply and a ping command. Slack. IPv6, a more flexible system of generating link local addresses and addressing auto configuration than IPv4 called stateless address auto configuration. Wow, I got almost this entire row right. Look at that. All right, we'll read since I actually legitimately got this one wrong.
What is a learned route in the context of dynamic routing protocols?
A route that was commanded.
A route that was communicated to a router by another router.
Oh. Interesting.
A learned route is one that a router discovers through communication with other routers using dynamic routing protocols. This allows routers to adapt to network changes and find optimal paths. A learned route is discovered dynamically,
like
not manually configured.
Something. Okay, and since it said a learned route, it wouldn't be manually configured if it was learned. It'd be static. It's like what you said somewhere up there about it being static. Equals manual. Okay. Learned means dynamic. Okay. That makes sense. All three of these wrong. See what I'm saying, man? See what I'm saying? UDP, TCP, port 53. I've asked Gemini. I've asked Chatbot GPT, I've Googled it. It's like, it's super convoluted. Why did it not do the thing?
A security analyst is setting up detections to look for unauthorized domain transfers from their external-facing DNS servers. Which of the following ports should they monitor?
So the DNS server are also configured to allow connections over TCP port 53. This allows larger record transfers over 112 bytes. But it depends on the question. Normally UDP is 53. Depends on the question. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I got old Pete this time. I'm gonna have to research this one a little bit more. I'll do that. What is today? Today's Wednesday. I have work. I'll do this. I'll have a chat with Chatbot GPT about it to come up with some things on my drive to work. A chat, not a text. I'm not going to text it while I'm driving.
You are a network administrator tasked with configuring a mixed environment of Cisco and non-Cisco devices to ensure that all devices can discover information about each other. You need to choose a discovery protocol that will work across all devices in your network. Which protocol should you configure on all devices?
I think you're ready for your test, man.
Answer. The correct answer.
Since the question is asking for identifying unauthorized domain transfers, TCP would make sense. Because unauthorized in TCP, because TCP checks for things where UDP doesn't. I can make that make sense.
The correct answer is IEEE Link Layer Discovery Protocol, LLDP. LLDP is a standards-based discovery protocol that can operate across devices from different vendors, including both Cisco and non-Cisco devices. This makes it the ideal choice for a mixed environment where interoperability is required.
Where interoperability is required. So, Link Layer Discover Protocol. So, it's not Cisco Discover Protocol because that's proprietary. We have some Cisco and non-Cisco devices, so we need things that work with both. Okay. I suck at commands.
Which tool is another non-graphic useful packet capture and analysis tool alongside TCP dump?
NGREP.
ngrep is another useful packet capture and analysis tool alongside TCP dump. ngrep stands out for its ability to use regular expressions to search and filter capture output, making it a powerful tool for analyzing network traffic.
All right. Hey, thanks for everyone who's tuning into the stream. If you're watching, my name is ParaDiddlePete. I take L's in networking every day, so that way you don't have to. Just do a quick little... Okay. Cool. All right, that makes sense. I just need to do better with my commands. Sequence number. Yes. I almost thought it was header, but it's not.
A security analyst is looking at multiple packets from the same packet group. Which of the following fields corresponds to a conversation where it is broken apart due to the MTU size? Answer.
I hate when it does that. Oh my god, I hate when it does that.
The sequence number of the last byte in the segment allows the receiver to rebuild the message correctly and deal with out-of-order packets. The checksum is calculated on the value of not only the TCP header and payload, but also part of the IP header, notably the source and destination addresses. Options.
Yeah, I went with sequence number because of it being out of order because of the maximum size and it's being broken apart. Yeah. That's exactly as I said. SVI interface, yes. This interface is common for configuring the routes, not an SVI, because this G1 is a port. That's a physical port. MX. Whew. Okay. That is progress. You know, I bet if I would have got 1 and 2 correct, I probably would have made a 90. It was that first one, man. Ugh. So MX, that makes total sense. Send and receive. Yeah.
Engineer monitors the network and follows information packets as they move through the network from hosts' endpoints. What is the engineer observing?
And for everyone listening, after we're done going over these, which we're going through them pretty quick, we're gonna get into the labs. Wrong antenna type. I don't know why I can't say that word right.
A wireless AP access point, located on a table in the middle of a small office area, is not producing a strong enough signal for users on the outer perimeter for higher data rates. Which of the following options is the most likely reason for this issue?
Yep, exactly as I said. A frequency mismatch is 5G when clients are using 2.4G. SSID doesn't make any sense, and it's not wrong placement because it's in the center. It had to be the antenna. What would be the best help to secure their devices online against tampering or abuse, especially with a dictionary attacks? Avoid common passwords. Okay. Which of the following is recommended security practice for inbound management using SSH instead of Telnet? Audit logs. It was audit logs.
A security administrator is investigating recent logins to a server that has been compromised. Which log should the administrator view to check recent logins?
Just so that way we can get it in our brain, which one's different.
An audit log records the use of authentication and authorization privileges. It will generally record success-fail type events. An audit log might also be described as an access log or security log. Syslog is an example of a protocol and supporting software that facilitates log collection. It has become a de facto standard for logging events from distributed systems.
That doesn't do a really good job.
In summary, syslogs offer a wide lens on system operations and performance. Audit logs zoom in on security-critical actions and user activities. Organizations need both types of logs to maintain a comprehensive understanding of their systems, troubleshoot issues, ensure security, and meet.
Yeah, syslog for systems. Makes sense. Here's its purpose for a syslog.
Primarily used for general system monitoring, troubleshooting, and understanding the operational state and efficiency of the system.
Here's purpose for audit
Focused
logs.
on security, compliance, and accountability, they document who did what, where, and when.
Yep. Audit is who, what, when, where. And then the syslog is for the system. And the question was, security administrator is investigating recent logins. So who logged into the server? Who, what, when, where? Audit logs. Yep. Audit logs record user info in terms of events. Yes, sir. Oh, I knew this.
Mobile users in an organization complain about limited functionality in a company's headquarters. The IT staff decide to extend mobile access capabilities by widening the current wireless network. When evaluating the expansion configuration, a wireless access point media access control MAC address relates to which of the following options?
Extended service set.
The media access control MAC address of a wireless access point AP is used as the basic service set identifier BSID. An access point mediates communications between wireless stations, and it can also provide a bridge to a cabled network segment. This is known as a basic service set BSS.
User steals network credentials. Oh, because I wasn't sure if it was deauthentication clients. This makes total sense to me now. Like, if they were just trying to deauthenticate, that wouldn't be the whole point. Like, why would they be trying to steal people's credentials and deauthenticate? They don't want to do that. They want to redirect. Yep. Step 1, because you have to identify the problem. Basic firewall operations at layer 3 and commonly enforces which of the network security systems or features. Access control list.
A network architect is looking for a method process component that would help secure the network by not allowing unknown devices to forward packets. By ensuring that MAC addresses are becoming matched, what is assisting in protecting the network?
It was port security, but the reason we did this is I wasn't sure what flow control was. Yep, the BISID is the hardware address for wireless access points. Yep.
Flow control allows a server to pause traffic temporarily to avoid overwhelming its buffer and causing it to drop frames. This is also called 802.3 times.
Interesting. Allows server to pause traffic temporarily. Okay. I remember reading that.
What is the major advantage of active-passive configurations in high availability clusters?
Yeah, we talked about this already. Performance is not just read it.
Performance is not adversely affected during failover.
Adversely. I can tell I've been doing this for a long time. I'm starting to like have a hard time enunciating words. Adversely affected during failover. Yep.
A network administrator is unable to access files on a remote system. A network firewall seems to be blocking traffic from passing through. Which of the following will the administrator most likely need to reconfigure for inbound and outbound traffic? Select 2.
He needs to do trivial file transfer protocol and TCP port 20. Because file transfer protocol is done over TCP port 20 and 21. 22 and 23. 22 is SSH and 23 is Telnet.
A network technician is tasked with ensuring critical infrastructure is protected. Part of the assessment involves identifying critical systems and assets that support these functions. What is the name of this assessment?
Process assessment. I did this one because I wanted to know what this one was.
Security Information and Event Management (SIEM) is a security control designed to integrate vulnerability and threat assessment efforts through automated collection, aggregation, and log data analysis.
Yep. Okay. Good. Number 59.
A Windows server has recently been remotely joined to the domain by a network admin and is now known as iasmarketing01.redwood.local. When pinging the server using its fully qualified domain name FQDN, the reply fails. When trying to remote access the server using the same FQDN, the session does not connect. Applying a divide and conquer approach, where would a network admin most likely begin to resolve this issue?
22 makes me think SS and SSH. Okay, 22, and that's two same numbers, so then SS. Yeah, that's good. That's good anchor. That's a good anchor. And you were
in a divide and conquer approach, you start with the layer most likely to be causing the problem. The DNS record, including the server's IP address, may not have been created yet. Ping the FQDN. If IP resolution fails, fix the A record. A MAC media access control address is not the immediate concern because the previous remote access assumes local LAN was accessible.
Okay. Okay, that all makes sense. Let's keep going. Okay, I was worried about this one because I wasn't sure if this was a IPv6 or if it was a MAC address. Performs the same function as the A record, but for resolving IPv6. Okay, so that's a good lesson for me that you don't have to have letters in an IPv6. It can be without letters, which makes total sense. I just don't see that very often. And then the SRV record, the service SRV record is used to identify a record that provides a network service or protocol. It is often used to locate voice over internet. So SRV is for VoIP. Okay. Cool. Oh, I don't know why I did that. Okay, which of the following are components of an 18-bit header in the Ethernet frame? The only reason I got this right was because of Wireshark. Because I spent a lot of time with that Wireshark yesterday because I've never actually used it very much. Used it like here and there, but like never effectively, I should say.
A user is having trouble connecting to the company's Wi-Fi network. The user has verified that the password is correct and the network is available. What is the most likely issue with the device not connecting?
I thought it was going to be the AAA. I was stuck between that one and this one, but it apparently didn't matter. It was wrong regardless. It was encryption protocol mismatch. It does look weird. I would try to keep in mind the question asks about DNS and MAC wouldn't be associated. That's very true. Same. I need to mess with it and learn.
An encryption protocol mismatch will cause the connection to fail, even if the correct credentials are supplied. Check OS drivers or verify authentication types, protocols on the device.
Columns or hyphens. That's true. Oof. My wrist actually hurts from the angle at which that I've been holding my mouse. Okay, encryption protocol mismatch will cause connection to fail, even if the connection credentials are supported. Check OS drivers or verify authentication types, protocols on the device.
Which of the following domain name system DNS records can identify a record that is providing a network service or protocol?
Well, now I know that it's this because I just read it.
An SRV service record is used to identify a record that is providing a network service or protocol. They are often used to locate VoIP or media servers.
Okay, we're almost done.
A network port does not seem to be working properly. Which of the following tools can you use to test if the port is sending out data?
I did this because I wanted to refresh my mind on what OTDR was.
An OTDR, optical time domain reflector, is a fiber optic testing tool. Test for attenuation using an optical source, an optical power meter, or light meter.
Okay. How is it optical protocol mismatch? Let's go back to it. I was just going to research it on my own, so that way we could get on with the to the labs. But if you have a question about it and I have a question about it, then we might as well go over it. It says the encryption protocol mismatch will cause the encryption to fail even if the correct credentials are supplied. Check OS drivers or verification authentication. Verify authentication type protocols. A AAA server's authentication of server positioned within a local network. There are two main types. So it's saying let's see here.
The most likely answer is encryption protocol mismatch. Let's break it down using your 5-part method. 1. Restate the question. A user can't connect to Wi-Fi. Password is correct. Network is available. What is most likely causing the failure? 2. Simplified answer. If the password and network are correct, but the device still won't connect, the most likely issue is that the wireless encryption protocol WPA2, WPA3, etc. doesn't match between the device and the access point. 3. Analogy. Think of it like having the right key password, but trying to use it on a different lock type encryption standard. Even if the key looks right, if the lock uses a different mechanism, it won't open. 4. In-depth explanation of choices. Triple a server, handles authentication radius, take-hacks plus used in enterprise Wi-Fi setups, but the question doesn't mention centralized authentication. And most home standard networks don't use AAA. Too advanced for most environments. Captive portal. Shows a browser login screen like in hotels or coffee shops. The question says password is verified, so the user has likely passed this point. Not the main issue here. TLS settings. TLS is related to secure websites or EAP TLS authentication, not usually a factor in basic Wi-Fi connections. Too specific and uncommon. Encryption protocol mismatch. Most common issue when password and SSID are correct. Example, the router uses WPA3, but the device only supports WPA2. The user sees the network, types the correct password, but it still fails to connect. This is the most likely and common issue. 5. Real-world scenario. You install a new router that defaults to WPA3. Older laptops or phones still only support WPA2. The user sees the network, types the correct password, gets a connection error. Solution: change router to WPA2, WPA3 mixed mode, or downgrade to WPA2. Problem solved. Final answer: encryption protocol mismatch. Let me know if you'd like a quick Wi-Fi troubleshooting flowchart or want to go over more practice questions.
No, I think that's good. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. It has to do mainly with the AAA server being too advanced, and what the question was actually asking. The user's having trouble connecting to the company's Wi-Fi. The user has verified that the password is correct and the network is available. So it's assuming that the company is on WPA2 and my phone is on WPA3 or vice versa, and that's why it's not doing it. Saying that the AAA is too advanced for most environments, and the question is saying that you are having trouble connecting to the company, that's kind of a stretch. I think this is kind of a bad question, because company makes me think that it's big and large scale. So yeah, that's where I'm at with that. We'll move on, but I do think that this is a bad question. Thanks for the explanation. I appreciate it. No problem. How is SCAD system typically communicated with field devices? Using WAN communication.
How do SCADA systems typically communicate with field devices? SCADA systems typically use WAN wide area network communications, such as cellular data networks, to link the SCADA server to field devices. This allows for efficient data transmission and control over large geographical areas, which is essential for managing multiple site ICSS.
Okay. That makes sense.
A company technical support representative troubleshoots a wireless network. Users state that the wireless signal barely spans across a large auditorium. According to the owner's manual, the signal should go beyond the current space. Which of the following wireless properties is likely causing the signal problem?
The incorrect antenna placement, not incorrect antenna type. Because... Why? Tell me why before I just rationalize something.
Incorrect antenna placement can cause signal issues. Some antennas are meant to be ceiling mounted, while others are designed for wall placement. This is because some antenna signals function in certain directions. An incorrect antenna type may adversely affect the signal strength at any given point. A unidirectional, not omnidirectional antenna is suitable for direct point-to-point connections.
It's because it was in a particular point. It was in a certain space, like it was like in a direction. That's why it was the placement.
A data center technician needs to secure the cryptographic keys under lock and key to ensure that insider threats do not have access to take them from the building. Which of the following security measures is the most logical way to achieve this?
Okay, locking cabinets. But what is a smart locker?
Smart lockers are incorrect because their cryptographic keys need to be stored under lock and key. Smart lockers unlock via a smart card, badge, or biometric.
Oh, okay. Set up Pat. I just wanted the I knew that was the answer. I just wanted the reinforcements. Okay. Excellent, 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 excellent. So, what we're going to do next is... we're going to do these labs. We're going to start. Actually, I don't want to. Can we stop this one? Honestly, I thought it was going to kick me out. Score lab. Score. Okay, cool. Outline. There we go. Alright. I'm going to go get more tea. And then we are going to start here. And our goal is to try to get as far as we can. We're probably not going to get through all of section 4. And that's fine. But we're going to do as many as we possibly can for the next hour or so. Okay, let me go grab more tea. I'll be right back. Give me like, I don't know, like 2 minutes. 2 minutes. let's do this using IPv4 test tools. Okay. So we're going to select the networking configuration of the Windows workstation. Use the IP configuration utility in an admin terminal to get information about Office 1's network. Whoa. That's crazy. Whoa, that is not what I wanted to do. So we're going to check the network configuration of the Windows workstation using the IP config utility in the admin terminal. So let's go ahead. Let's do that. So I don't need this thing on. IP config. Okay. I've never seen that before. I've never seen the side R on the... I've always seen it here. Interesting. Answer question 1. Let's do it. What is the IP address Office 1? Is 92.168.0.3. 33. Okay. What is the default gateway? The default gateway is 05. Okay. Is Office 1 using DHCP? Yes. How many hops to RMK supplies? So we're going to go to trace route. No, tracer T. It's 0.33, right? The gateway. The default gateway of Office 1 is not 0.33, it's 0.5. The automatic configuration of the IPv4 is 0.33. So, oh, I see what you're saying. Good catch. Okay, so tracer, if I remember correctly, this is the command mrk supplies. Unable to resolve. All right, let's see what's going on. Use ipconfig/all to get more information. What more information would I get? ipconfig/all. Oh, wow, I got a lot more information. I got the host name, corporatenet.local hybrid. There's my MAC address. There is my IPv6 address. Which one? Oh, a MAC address uses 2 numbers. IPv6 uses 4. Or 4 placements. There's that. There's that. There's my default gateway. There's my DHCP server. Wow, I actually know what some of this stuff is now. Use ping and tracer T to explore the Windows workstation work connectivity. Use ping command to verify the default gateway. Okay, so let's use ping, and the default gateway is 192.168.0.5. Good, perfect. Would you have to do an NS lookup for the host name of RMS or RMK supplies to get that address? Maybe. Right click the Linux machine named support, or I could just go and click the Linux machine. Apparently. What is happening? Where am I? No, I'm not there yet. Using ping and tracer to explore. Use the ping command to verify the default gateway. Did that. Use tracer to map out the path. Oh, it's because I didn't put .com. There it is. So we have 5 hops. The 5th one being the actual destination. And this is where I get confused. How many hops? 2. 5. The last hop is 4. What is the IP address of... Okay, it's not there. Connect to the Linux workstation to see how its networking is configured. Okay. Oh, buddy, we gotta... How do I know which one's the Linux workstation? Connect to a Linux workstation and see how its network is configured. I guess. Oh, here it is. Windows, 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 Windows. Does that mean Linux? Okay, cool. I thought it was a penguin. But that's okay. I'm not good with Linux. Connect to Linux. Use the upper left section network. Upper left section network modal. Select network modeler. What? And the upper left section. I don't. Network. Not found. IP address will show you some info on the Linux machine. Yeah, I do know that one. Like, that'll show me some things. But what I don't understand is this. It's saying in the upper left corner, select network. Like where? Like, where is this thing? Connect to a Linux workstation and see its networking is configured. And see how its networking is configured. Also, this was my complaint last night. Has been my complaint with all of these labs. In all of these labs, they give me the command for Windows, but when it comes to Linux, they never give me the commands. How am I supposed to know these Linux commands? Like, I don't understand. It says to click the network modular right above where it says application in the lab. Not say that word. Wait, what was that? Oh no, I don't want to remove that node. Apparently we got 2 computers. Dope. Yeah, it's the first time I've used these labs. These are directly from CompTIA. Well... Oh, is that what this view is? Okay, and then it wants me from the terminal. Okay, whatever. I'm not going to get hung up on it. From a terminal, use the IP command to view the network's configuration of the workstation. Answer question 5. What is the IP address of support? The IP address... Is that it? I think so. It's harder to see. Okay. Use ping and trace route to explore Linux workstation network connectivity. Enter the command routes to find the default gateway. And we learned last night that the ENP2S0, EN stands for Ethernet, P stands for PCI2, and then S, I can't remember what the S stands for. I can't remember what the 0 stands for, but like this stands for stuff. So the gateway, is this the gateway? Not labeled very well, in my opinion. Kernel IP. Kernel IP address. Use traceroute to map out the path of the host. So I need to ping the reachable gateway. So I guess ping address 127.0.0.1. Oh, crap. I did the wrong ping command. Now it's just going to continue. How do I stop it? Crap. Okay, there we go. That will be the machine that you're currently using, I think. Control C will stop it. Well, I hit Control X. So let's go back. We're going to do ping -C4. And I think you're right. It should have the same default gateway. 192.168.0.5. Okay, so it was able to do it. Now I need to use traceroute to map out the path to the host. Traceroute RMK supplies.com. So here it is. How many hops to it? 5. Yeah, chicka bam. Got a 100. Dope. Lab configuration and IPv6 address. This is good because I know what IPv6 is and I know how it works and all this stuff, but like I don't know how it works without IPv4. Like I know that everyone says that we're transitioning to IPv6, but like IPv6 in my opinion has been out for like what, like 20 years? Like when did IPv6 come out? Oh, that's right. I downloaded more RAM. When did IPv6 come out? In 1995. It's been over 30 years. When will IPv4 get phased out? So IPv4 is not being phased out anytime soon, while the public IPv4 address protocol is depleted, meaning no new addresses can be allocated from the protocol. IPv4 will continue to be used alongside IPv6 for the foreseeable future. The coexistence is due to the significant cost and complexity of mitigating entirety to IPv6. As soon as the continued need for IPv4 is certainly legacy system. Wow. Okay. Well, then I guess that answers my question. There we go. About that long, I thought. All right. You are an IT administrator for a small corporate network. The company has obtained the register global unique IPv4/48 network address 2620.14FO.45EA. You need to configure the server with the address so you can begin testing IPv6 in your internal network. This is your first network, so you will use the subnet address of 00.1. Bro, I'm totally cooked. I don't understand subnets when it comes to IPv6. Like the subnet address is 0001, buddy. Your network route is not configured to IPv6 yet, so you must manually configure the address for now. To simplify the configuration, use the server IPv6 address to connect to the interface ID. In this lab, your task is to configure the external Ethernet network adapter with the following IPv6 address. So is the last 4 digits of a IPv6, is it the subnet? Oh man. Yeah, this is the first time I've heard of IPv6 subnets. I mean, it makes sense that IPv6 can be subnetted because although there's a whole bunch of public addresses out there, like why waste a public address on my home computer, you know, or my iPad? Okay, we might need to bring out the big guns for this one.
Hello, techies. All right, so we are in lab 4, PV4/4. So you will use subnet address of 0001 your network router is not configured for IP. Now, in case this video appears to be too fast for you, I apologize for that. You can pause this video for you all. Alright, so let's start up. So the first task is to configure the external Ethernet network. So we'll go into the start and go into settings, and we locate network and internet, and from there we will scroll down to change adapter option. So from adapter option, we are going to locate let's say Ethernet. So this is Ethernet, and then we right click on it and scroll down to properties. So we are now in the properties of Ethernet, and we go to IPv6.
Okay, hold on. We need better quality.
Okay,
I subscribe
so
to this
let's
guy,
see
by
what
the
else
way.
I'm
He's
doing.
good. He's kind of hard to understand sometimes, but he's good. He has a cool little logo too. Okay, I'm not getting rid of that. I'm just gonna minimize that. And he went to he went to settings, right? That is not. No, he went to control panel. Okay, I'm with you.
Here, IP.
Okay, I'm not with you. All right, I'm with you.
What else are we doing? Okay, so we are going to use the following
Okay, and then
details
he's gonna put it
provided.
in
So
there.
let's see.
Subnet
IP,
prefix.
Subnet prefix.
So he said 24. Is his different than mine? Subnet prefix length is 64, so he's putting 24. Okay, we have the same exact thing. But right here it says that the prefix is 48, but then down here it says it's 64? Like what? Alright, boy.
Is 24, and this is going to be 2620 semicolon 14FO semicolon 45EA semicolon 0.
And he's even putting the 001. Okay, let's just fill this out. 2620 colon 14F0 colon 45 EA. No, we want them capital. I don't think it matters, but we're gonna make them capital. EA 0001. He put it as 24. Network address is invalid. 2620 14F0 45 EA
.192.168.0.10. Nope, something is wrong. 192 semicolon 1.
interface ID. Well, I just learned a lot about IPv6. The number one thing is that I do not know it. So then it just made it subnet of 64. But this dude put 24.
168 semicolon 0 semicolon.
Let's see if he
10.
fixes it. See if maybe he made a
Yeah,
mistake.
that is better. So we could click OK, and we go to properties and just ensure okay. We close this and then go to PowerShell. In Windows PowerShell, type in ipconfig, and let's see, we have all the details we need here. Let's see, IPv addresses. Okay, so I guess we are good to go. So let's check our answers. If this video was helpful, so there's something we omitted here. So let's go back into properties and correct these. So we go properties, and this is going to be 64 instead of 24. So let's close this. This is fine now. Remember, if this video was helpful, remember to share in all.
Whoops. I didn't know. Okay. I didn't know the IPv4 address was a part of the IPv6 address. He meant 64. Yeah. He went back and fixed it. I also didn't know that you could go back and fix it. So we want to ping, no, IP config. So we can see it here. So is IPv6 always have the IPv4 in it? I mean, that would make sense. Because there it is. And there this is. I guess. Let's, IP config. No, it does not. I just looked at mine. Most computers are dual stack. My computer's dual stack, and it doesn't pop up. At least I think it's dual stack. Hey, boy, you can't lay on my keyboard. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, very, very interesting. Learning a lot that I don't actually understand or know much about IPv6. I mean, I know how to put it now, but couldn't I also go into here and get... Yeah, I could have. And... couldn't have gone into... Wait, no. Yeah, I could have got to it that way as well. And then that would have gotten me to my other stuff. Okay. Made a 100. Mama didn't raise no scrubs. Okay, so IPv6 is off on my computer, so I don't see any IPv6 address. Mine's set up to temporary IPv6, and I have like 4 of them. So I don't know. But I'm gonna end the stream with that. I know we only did 2 labs, but I need to get eating lunch, that way I can get ready for work and things like that. So if you were here for the stream, thank you so much. Please like, subscribe, do all the things. I take my test tomorrow. I might stream tomorrow morning. I might not. Might just do some quiet studying on my own before I go and do it. We'll kind of see what goes on. But I'll definitely be on either Saturday night or Sunday night, either doing more of this stuff, or maybe if I pass my test, we'll celebrate with like playing Donkey Kong or something. I don't know. But the Cyber Roundup podcast. Be sure to let me know how you do on your test too. Follow me, guys, on Instagram and all that stuff. And if you liked what you saw and you felt like it was valuable, like, share it with a friend. You know what I mean? Anything like that. But that is all I got for us. And yeah, Makala Checo. Goodbye, guys. Have a wonderful day. Good luck on your exam. Y'all good studying. Thank you. Thank you, Chris.